60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as quarter-sized hail, and that one is pushing off to the northeast. So Colfax, it doesn't look like Colfax is in this. It's just outside of that severe thunderstorm warning box, but certainly western portions of Colfax, as well as Montgomery, you're going to be the next areas out ahead of this strong thunderstorm. Again, this one not looking like it's producing a tornado, but this one does have very strong winds as well as hail, and also some very torrential rainfall, as well as lightning as well. And then going to the north, we have a very strong storm on top of Winfield right now, and then LaSalle Parish. Gina is not going to be in that box, that warning box, but Ala is going to be in that warning box, and Winfield as well. And for areas along 167, Flat Creek, all of those areas there in and around Wynn Parish are going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, right now, and that one is going to be making its way into Rapides as it pushes east. So Rapides, go ahead and start preparing for the strong thunderstorms that are pushing in. Again, the storm that is affecting Leesville, if you're getting a tornado warning on your phone, that storm that's right on top of Leesville right now, that one is not tornado warned. The one that we do have a tornado warning for is just to the east of DeRidder, and that tornado warning here is going to go for till about 4 o'clock. But in addition to the potential to produce a tornado, that storm also has 1.5 inch sized hail. So that is ping pong ball sized hail. And a lot of the storms today are going to have that potential to produce that large hail. So that size certainly can do damage to vehicles, to houses. And of course, it's dangerous, of course, to be outside in those storms producing that large hail. So if you're at Rapides, Vernon, really anywhere out ahead of these storms here, you may want to just keep that car garaged if you can until these storms pass. So let's see if I can put this in motion for you. I'm controlling this from our iPad back here in our live desk. So showing you some of these storms. Right now, none are affecting Rapides and Avoyelles. We are starting to see some showers there, but it's this cluster of storms here that is pushing to the east and northeast, and that is what we're looking at here. Pushing into the area. There we go. Gonna get it in rotation for you. Over the last couple of hours, we've seen these push in from East Texas. They've strengthened as they have developed, and that is what we're looking at, is these storms all progressing to the east here across the area tonight, and they should maintain their strength as they push across our area. So again, if you're in one of those areas that hasn't quite seen the storms yet, they are headed our way, and today it does look like that much of central Louisiana is going to be affected by these storms. Let's check out our tornado warning again down in Beauregard Parish. We do have this area of rotation that is just on the east side of 171. It's now to the east of the Tula area. And again, that is it's going to be between Highway 394 and Louisiana Highway 26, and that is an area of rotation within this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And looking at these velocity signatures here, I am seeing some velocities of around 80 miles per hour. So that is an indication that we could be seeing a tornado here in the storm again. So that's why we have this tornado warning ongoing. And looking at that, we are seeing a pretty good radar signature there. It's likely going to be covered in rain, though, so this is not a storm that would most likely be easily seen. Very heavy rainfall and also very large hail, so certainly not a combination that we like to see, is not only that threat for damaging winds and tornadoes, but also very large hail. So this storm is pushing to the east, and it's moving to the east here at about 30 miles per hour. This one is pushing, this one is moving a little bit slower here than some of the storms that we've seen today. Again, let me just check out some of our updates here. Seeing this storm here out in Beauregard continue to organize. That center of rotation is moving east and northeast. We may see it push into far southern Vernon Parish. As you can see, it's just right on that Beauregard border side. So again, zooming in, Rose Pine is not in the watch box. Pitkin is not in the watch box yet, but this storm is going to be headed in your direction. So if you live in the vicinity of Fullerton and Pitkin, as this storm does continue to push east, I would expect this storm to be pushing over your area here in the next 30 minutes or so. So you may want to just go ahead and stay with us and keep an eye on this as it pushes towards your area, because we certainly could see this tornado warning here extended into more Vernon. So again, this is a radar indicated tornado where we don't have any ground truth reports out there, or haven't seen anything. That means that we haven't seen anything spotted, but we are showing some pretty strong velocities there on the radar. And again, the area of rotation is to the east and south of DeRidder. So DeRidder, while they're still experiencing a strong thunderstorm here, the worst of that storm is going to be past the area. See if I can query some of these velocities here again, showing a velocity there of 59 miles per hour. And I'm seeing up to 80 miles per hour in some areas. So that is certainly strong enough to get a tornado here potentially on the ground. So again, this tornado warning is going to go until 4 o'clock unless we see it changed earlier. And going back to our warning boxes, we do have numerous storms. Checking out the high reflectivities on that. So the reflectivity are those different colors that you see, and it is luckily the reflectivity is a little bit weaker than it was earlier. It's still very strong, but this area here, I'm gonna go see if I can check it out on hail tracks. That's where we would expect to see that strongest hail, and we received a report earlier over in Maryville and Beauregard Parish from this storm that said ping pong ball-sized hail was spotted there. Our hail product here estimating 1.2-inch hail, so that is larger than a quarter. But again, certainly could see that potential for up to 1.5-inch hail, which would be about ping pong ball-sized hail. So that is going to be a big threat with our storms today, is the threat for hail and the heavy rain as well. So we'll go back and check out our severe thunderstorm warnings here. Our tornado warning is ongoing. Again, if you're watching from Leesville, you are fine. Not under any tornado threat at this moment. Fort Polk is not as well. It's going to be this area here in far northern Beauregard Parish, and that is now east of 171. And we're going to have to continue watching this cell, though, as it crosses into the southeastern corner of Vernon, and then, of course, eventually we may see that affect Rapides. Checking in on this next severe thunderstorm warning that's coming up on Colfax, and that's going to have some torrential rainfall. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 4:30, and that storm there is producing some very, very heavy rain. We also likely have some quarter-sized hail in this one and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in and along Highway 71 there in Grant Parish, that storm is coming up on you, and that is a severe thunderstorm with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a possibility there. In that warning box, we also have Georgetown. So as that pushes across Grant Parish, Colfax, Dry Prong, and Georgetown will all be affected by this severe thunderstorm. And then just north of that one, we have an additional severe thunderstorm that is now just east of Winfield that is going to affect Alla and Tolos over in LaSalle Parish, and then that'll be headed out of our viewing area there. But as you can see, we have severe thunderstorm warnings there. You see all those yellow boxes. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings there, stretching from southern Natchitoches through Wynn Parish. And that watch has now been, or that warning has now been expanded into Grant Parish as well. Let's check on that one. And that's going to be again for 1-inch hail, and that severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 4:30, and that is going to be for Grant, LaSalle, Natchitoches, and Wynn parishes. Again, so that cluster of thunderstorms, several different thunderstorms there pushing across Natchitoches and Wynn parishes, as well as Grant Parish, and that is going to continue here until 4:30. We're continuing the tornado warning down in Beauregard Parish until 4 o'clock, so we've got about another 15 minutes on that one. And checking in on this storm, we still do have some very high reflectivity values indicating some very large hail possibility, as well as an area of rotation here showing that to you on the velocities. You see that red and that green right next to each other. That is an indication there of a strong thunderstorm there, of course, with the capability of producing a tornado. So that one is on Louisiana Highway 26 as it pushes to the east at 30 miles per hour. That will be coming up on the crossroads of Louisiana Highway 112 and Louisiana Highway 113 there. Again, as this storm here pushes to the east, it's going to be this area right in here where we have that area of rotation pushing through Beauregard Parish. So let's expand things and check it out again. See what we're looking at here. So what we have, we've had this warm front lifting into the area. That warm front is laying right across the area. And let's see. I'm on the iPad here, so I don't have dew points available to me. But if we could look at those dew points, then you would see that we'd have dew points here into the 60s and 70s across much of central Louisiana. So what we have are these storms here primarily forming along and south of that warm front. That storm there in Beauregard Parish and southern Vernon Parish, that one is in the warm sector. So that is a surface-based storm. That means we have the potential for that storm to reach all the way down to the surface in the form of a tornado. Those grounds get what we call rooted at the surface, or they're able to, again, see that circulation reach down to the ground level potentially. So that's what we have going on in Beauregard Parish. Checking in on our other parishes. We still continue to see a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Grant, and then ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings here across a good portion of the area. And we'll put this in motion again. These storms here have been firing up. They started out across East Texas there, and they've been steadily making their way into the area. Some of these have started to show some signs of rotation, of course, which is why we do have that tornado warning there on on Beauregard Parish and southern Vernon. You see all those yellow boxes, though, those storms pushing across the area, all severe, and the metro area yet to see any storms, but these storms here are pushing in from the east. And gonna take a look at what we have here with the lightning. And so this storm here, that's not in the tornado warning box. This one here is still a pretty strong storm that is now crossing the border there between Vernon and Rapides. And we do have that one. That's certainly going to bring some gusty winds as well as some heavy rain. That is going to be headed into Hineston area, Calcasieu area, into Melder and Seeper and Otis and all of our communities there in western Rapides Parish. So again, that one not warned, but Rapides, you want to go ahead and start getting ready for a strong thunderstorm. Checking in on Avoyelles and some of our southern parishes, we do have a thunderstorm here that is trying to develop near Pine Prairie and Bayou Chico, and that one with its east movement and northeast movement, again, we can see that one continue to grow and strengthen and push into Avoyelles, but nothing severe for Avoyelles or for Rapides at the moment. Looks like we have another update here from our Shreveport office. So this severe thunderstorm warning here for LaSalle and Wynn Parish. That one is going to continue till 4:30. That one not quite as strong as some of the other ones. That one does have the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as 1-inch hail, and that is going to be our storm pushing through LaSalle and Wynn. So that is going to be this storm right here. And it's actually getting ready to exit Wynn Parish. So good news there for Wynn Parish, but that is going to affect the Olla community over in LaSalle and that one is going to be pushing out of Wind Parish shortly, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning there, and that is going to go until 4:30. Looking to the south, we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings here through Grant Parish. That storm is coming up on Montgomery. Really, it's already on top of Montgomery and Colfax, and then that's going to be headed into Dry Prong and Georgetown as well shortly. And checking in on that one, that is likely to have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in Grant Parish, go ahead and start getting ready for some strong winds here through Dry Prong and eastern Grant Parish. Again, strong thunderstorms through Vernon. And it looks like, luckily, it looks like they're going to drop this tornado warning, which is very good news. And they're going to continue that as a strong, severe thunderstorm. Again, it has showed signs of rotation, but that is going to move to a considerable thunderstorm threat, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, 1.75-inch hail. That's around hen egg-sized hail, and that is going to be this severe thunderstorm warning now as it crosses the borders. It's at the intersection now of Vernon, Beauregard, and Allen Parish. So we're going to see that severe thunderstorm warning expanded into Allen, Beauregard, and Vernon parishes until 4:15. And although we do not have a tornado warning on this, we do have a very strong thunderstorm with very, very large hail. If you live in the Elizabeth area of Rapides Parish, and anyone in Rapides Parish in northern Allen, I would suggest if you can, put your car in the carport or garage until these storms pass today. We don't have a lot of days in central Louisiana where we have hail this large, but today is one of those days, and that severe thunderstorm warning is going to go for Grant Parish as well. So again, excuse me, not Grant Parish, Grant in Allen Parish, the town of Grant Parish. Excuse me, the town of Grant. So, okay, zooming out, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now. I'm coming to you live on air from our live desk here with the expiration of that tornado warning. Again, it has been canceled for Beauregard, Vernon. Still have a strong thunderstorm there into eastern Beauregard. I'm going to hop off here, go back to the Weather Center, and we will be back here shortly on air on KALB from the studio. If we have any additional strong severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, we may just hop on anyway to give you an update here shortly as these storms push towards the metro area. But for now, I'm going to let us take a break here, and again, we will be back shortly.
So these two supercells are going to be definitely ones to watch, as well as these severe warn cells up here. If I can just change radar stations real quick and see if that gives us a better view.
Oh dear. I have I'm trying to use Radar Omega Alpha, and with that you can get your computer yaps at you a new warning descriptive.
Right. I'm going to go ahead and invite one other person on here, but we're going to keep Drew on here as well.
Really? Okay, hi guys.
Hello.
Damn, I didn't expect to get added. So.
Well, we're not really going to be doing. We're going to have more staff come in here after this and keep it a bit more limited. But for now, if you want to give any of your thoughts on this, I'm still on analyst.
Sure.
If you need.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not the biggest weather expert. I just like the EAS, but I'm looking at the NWS radar right now, and there's definitely a lot of stuff going into Mississippi. I think that's Mississippi. It seems Alabama already got a bit of storm as well, but I think they're about to get another wave. So.
Yes, so they will. This is a severe thunderstorm. I'm actually going to go ahead and talk about Alabama a little bit. Unfortunately, it looks like Montgomery radar doesn't work. Let me just see if. Yeah, it doesn't. So anyway, Alabama actually is going to have multiple waves. So this is they had a wave last night, I remember. This one is the second one. This is severe thunderstorm watch 86. This will actually go away in the next hour and probably be replaced by a more significant watch because they are also part of the moderate risk. So Alabama is actually getting kind of a threefer in a sense.
Yeah, I think the Carolinas are also getting quite a bit. Well, they have gotten quite a bit, but it seems to be dying out.
So the Carolinas, well, South Carolina is under a slight risk, but
yeah, I think they already got the worst of it. So
it's possible, but it does seem like some weather models are predicting a QLCS sort of system that will move eastward. Drew, can you give some confirmation on that? Do you expect a QLCS to form into South Carolina?
I haven't looked at model for the Carolinas too much yet. That would be something you'd have to ask
I can try
Nightly
looking
because
at AccuWeather if it's any different.
I put Nightly in charge of the
Yeah.
East Coast.
Okay. Anything else you would like to say, Marigold?
I mean, not really, but thank you for having me here.
No,
It's kinda
no
cool.
problem. No problem.
Should I disconnect or?
Oh, you don't have to disconnect. We can
No,
move you
I'm
back
at
to the.
the stage.
If you have anything else to add, be sure to either put it in the chat or you can ask us again. But for now, we'd just like to see if members have any of their thoughts on it. We can just move you back to the audience if you like.
All right, I'll head out because I don't know much about weather, but
Okay, no
yeah.
problem. All right, I'll move you back to the audience then. Okay, next we have one other person that we could potentially bring in. Again, we're waiting on some more staff to join in to give us a more lockdown coverage. But for now, since this is still developing, I'll be inviting Kurt Fan 5468.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
So, I have really not much to comment on when it comes to this. I'm just looking at using the college age radar right now.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not noticing very much. There is some like hail contaminated radars right now. That's all I can really say. But yeah, I just hope this storm isn't as bad or like the threat as bad as the 24th, which I know it won't be, but it may. So I'm just gonna put that out there quick.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but Lake Charles has continued. The severe thunderstorm warning damage tag is considerable, with 1.75 inch hail and 6-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Interesting.
If y'all, you know what? If y'all like don't mind, I can like read off the warning. Y'all can check on the radars.
If you would like for just a little bit, we would appreciate it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. Again, we're still waiting on a more lockdown coverage event, so we'll keep members intact. There's a new tornado watch actually. I may be able to share. Let's go. Have another window open here. Yes, there is a new tornado watch. In fact, we'll get that information to you shortly. I'm just going to go ahead and focus on Shreveport.
Isn't that TOA just an extension for?
That's probably from the what do you call it? The mesoscale discussion that was issued actually just a little bit ago. Mobile.
Yeah, so watches. I believe that's just an extension.
It is not an extension. It is actually a new watch for southern and central Mississippi. I'll go ahead and share that real quick. And it's P60. Interesting. This is the quick view. Oops. This is the quick view. So if we can take a little bit closer look, this is what the tornado watch box looks like. We'll kind of get a bit more information on, if I can actually just real quick throw on the Storm Prediction Center. They haven't really put it on their page yet, it looks like. So yeah, this is the watch quick view. Quite
Special weather statement.
So loud. My computer is like screaming. Tornado Watch 88. It is, yeah, their website's a little bit slow.
Sorry about that. I was temporarily unavailable. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about what model output is depicting. I'm actually going to come back to this a little bit because it seems like the 20Z time frame hasn't really loaded fully yet. So I'm going to go to 19. And we can kind of see where we're at right now, which has been generally accurate. We've seen this one supercell that's been moving through central Louisiana. This is about where we're at the moment. So then we're going to move into the next couple hours, and we can definitely tell that weather model consensus is that, and this is also depicted in the 20Z that has loaded at the moment. The supercell that's currently active in central Louisiana seems to be remaining active throughout the entire state into Mississippi. We're going to get a few more supercells to form in the central and southern Mississippi area. That's why the tornado watch was issued. And it's going to continue on like that for a little while. We're going to get a few more discrete modes, it seems like, before this kind of lines up a little bit. And that's kind of the same story for Alabama on a slightly lesser scale. But definitely, and actually, once we move in through the overnight hours, so we're talking, I'd say, 8 p.m. through midnight, we're going to start to see Alabama get the brunt of this as well. Specifically, again, south of Birmingham, north of Mobile, and probably just a little bit north of Montgomery as well. It's going to be that narrow corridor of severe weather that is expected. Let's see the new model output. Again, same story. More supercells across central and southern Mississippi are expected over the next few hours. That's why we have the tornado watch. Let me see if I can upload that right now. The probabilities are 80-60, so 80% chance for 2 or more tornadoes in general, and a 60% chance that one of those tornadoes will be higher than EF2. I currently have analyst running, however, that usually crashes whenever I try to stream it. So I'm going to go ahead and keep level 3 on for a second as a radar loop, and I will be right back.
How is everybody doing? Everybody good? Everybody settled in?
I would talk, but I'm issuing a message to discussion right now. So.
Pretty good. I'll be right back, by the way.
All right, I guess I'm going to be speaking while I'm making my discussion. So right now, I'm issuing one for Mississippi and Alabama. That is where the SPC tornado watch was just issued. According to short-range model guidance, we are expecting semi-discrete to discrete supercells in that area over the next few hours, and that could lead to a tornado watch being issued by my analyst team, but it has already been issued by the SPC. So just waiting on that. Currently, we're looking at semi-discrete supercell here over by Grant, Louisiana. and a more, again, semi-discreet near Dry Pond, Louisiana. That is south of Georgetown, Louisiana. We do have an SVR near Vicksburg, which is just south of Rolling Fork that got hit the other night by that significant tornado. Preliminary EF4. Don't know if we'll upgrade that or not. Assuming not. So, unfortunate thing for Rolling Fork is another more severe storms are heading out that way. Radar indication of just under 1.5 inch hail on our semi-discrete supercell over here, approaching Elizabeth, Louisiana. Got some strong inflow.
Elizabeth.
Currently over Grant. Are you back, Kurt?
LCH continues the SVR with tornado possible, damage threat considerable for Allen, Beer Garden, Vernon.
That would be the storm, I believe.
And SVH updates their SVR and cancels. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. And continues Grant, Saw.
Let's see. Grant, use Caldwell, LaSalle, and Win. Yep. Actually, Dosh, I think is how you pronounce it. I'm not totally sure. Anyway, let me go ahead and switch over to. Let's see if that's working. Okay, this is the tornado possible tag one. So, as you can tell, on base reflectivity, it looks very impressive. But we go here, and it's actually still.
Oh yeah,
like, yeah.
Tornado warns.
New tornado warning. All right, let's see.
West.
Let's see. Where is that? Alabama. All right, let me go ahead and switch over there. Of course, app permitting. Looks like it is. There we go. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, take a look at that. We have also a significant
remain over rural areas.
In rural areas of southern Covington County. So we're not looking at any CC drops at the moment. Looks like that's just hail contamination right here.
Mesoscale precipitation gush.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're also surface analysis.
Yeah, if there's some proper analysis from that, we appreciate it. I did read one precipitation discussion that was mostly over these areas right here where the new tornado watch is. Surface-based CAPE is up to 3,000. So there's definitely a lot of instability for this to tap
I have absolutely no idea what that means. But
there's a lot of instability.
Earlier, I was looking at model surface-based CAPE was actually over 4,100 joules per kilogram. So
interesting.
And that is the area that they issued the tornado watch. Let me quickly check. Make sure the watch hasn't already been issued.
SVH to weather statement.
And just as a little note for the rest of today as well, just know that yes, we do have quite a few, of those classic hook angle structures, but just remember that sometimes base reflectivity can fool you, because something like this seems very impressive. Um, and we can go to the relative velocity. This seems a little bit more disorganized, right? And you take a look at the NROT product, which it's kind of analyzes rotation, and we see that there is some, but not enough for a tornado. So while of course we look at a storm on base reflectivity a lot of the times and we think that it's very impressive, we need to take a bit of a deeper look to make sure that the rotation that's seen on base reflectivity is not necessarily tornadic, or perhaps is. But sometimes, again, hooks and classic structures can sometimes fool you. All right, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Um, I'll be looping between here and the Alabama tornado warning every couple minutes probably, but I will be speaking more sporadically.
Okay. Nothing just. What would they issue out a special weather for a 30-mile-per-hour?
Any hail?
Yeah, pea-sized.
Usually the minimum criteria is that, either pea-sized or 30-mile-per-hour winds. They can technically issue both.
Chase. LCH issues SBR of possible tag and 1.5 inch hail for Vernon. Oh yeah, there's some SVRs up near Chicago. Quarter size.
Yeah, so just briefly touching on the Illinois ones as well. Oops, wrong radar products. We're gonna let it download for a sec. There we go. There are some thunderstorms, a few severe, that will enter into the Chicago metropolitan area specifically. Well, all of Chicago seems to be looking at some severe thunderstorms, but or strong thunderstorms. But the severe activity will mostly kind of go along a line through this freeway right here, in through the south and probably central side. The ones that are currently severe warned, at least. Tornadoes seem to not really be expected. It's mostly a large hail risk. So for instance, this one is quarter-sized hail. Let's take a brief look at the relative velocity, and yeah, we can see pretty much no rotation exists on the radar. So this will be mostly a few cells capable.
So we don't have a confirmed tornado there. I know we have the basketball ongoing on our CBS station, so popped on here. Didn't see if we were in the midst of a game. So Eric, if you can tell me where we are on that with the game, because I'll get us back to the game on CBS, and we'll continue our coverage on one of our other outlets as well. Are we in just talk, Eric, or are they South Alabama and through Covington County? We want to suggest that you folks stay in your safe place as that storm's moving through. So we're going to continue to watch that for you. What about ABC, Eric? What are we on ABC? All right. Okay, so we got games on both networks there. So you see how my dilemma is this afternoon. So I want to get you folks back to your basketball game, but I want you to be weather aware as well. All right, so we've got a storm that's not confirmed. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch this off air on CBS, and we will get you back to the games here. As a matter of fact, we may just take a break here, send you back to programming. I'm going to look at that, and we may pop back on just to see the setup. Southern Covington County. This is actually in through Butler County here and Crenshaw, but we've got other storms that we're going to be tracking as well. So for now, we're going to watch this situation here for you. We'll pop back on if we need to, but for right now, I'm going to send it back to programming, and we'll keep an eye on the situation for you, and especially for you folks down there in South Alabama.
Stay with your weather authority as conditions continue to change.
They're kind of seeing some of this rotation currently. It's zooming way too far in here, so we'll zoom out a little bit for you. We'll just start home again and we'll go back. So that's currently what we're watching here as we watch these showers and thunderstorms work their way across the region. Again, we are seeing intense lightning with some of these storm cells in around Greenville, north of Troy. Lots of lightning within these storm cells currently working their way across Butler, northern Crenshaw counties over toward Pike and Bullock counties south of Union Springs. And you can see the intense storm cells that we're currently watching work their way across the region. But we do have that one tornado warned storm, and that's the reason why we're on WSFA 12 News right now. Intense lightning within this storm cell. You could see several hundred lightning strikes currently between Highway 137 and making its way toward Highway 55. And we're getting a little bit of a better view of this storm cell. Let's go ahead and you can see a little bit more clearly here the area of rotation that they're most concerned about. I'll circle it for you. Just north of Union Church here, heading toward Old Farm Road and Glen Chambers Road. Huckaville is just on the cusp of this warning, only moving about 20 miles per hour. So that's currently where we're at. Let's put another storm track on this, see if we can't get some more communities in this storm threat. Huckaville about 442. Since it's not moving all that fast. So we'll have to see how long they decide to keep this warning since it does expire at 4:45. So currently that's where we're at. We have that one tornado warning that is in southern portions of Covington County that was issued by the National Weather Service in Mobile, moving through almost north of the Florida border there. So that's currently what we're watching out for with this storm cell. A lot of intense rain within the storm cell too. That's indicated by the oranges and the purples here behind me on first alert Doppler radar. And it's not moving all that fast, so it could cause some flash flooding within some of these storm cells. So remember, turn around, don't drown if you notice any water over roadways. So let's just regroup now and show you exactly what's going on. We'll clear some of this off here and we'll go back to the wide view so you can see exactly what's happening in your neighborhood, because a lot of locations may be like, rain, what rain? It's not currently doing anything. We talked about this yesterday on WSFA 12 News, that this will be waves of showers and thunderstorms that'll be working their way across the area. And there's going to be a lot of locations that may be dry and you're wondering outside, you're looking outside in Montgomery, Tuskegee, Selma, Demopolis, Alexander City, and you're like, why are you on the TV right now? Well, our friends down south in Covington County is currently contending with a very severe storm. That's the area that's been kind of primed today, where we've seen several areas of rotation. And so we have one storm that's trying to feed into that volatile atmosphere we have. Temperatures really warm in the 70s, 80s dew points well into the 60s, and these storms can feed into that, and that's what we're currently seeing happen right now in southern portions of Covington County, and that's the reason why we have this tornado warned storm. Let's go ahead and show you how long it goes until 4:45 here in southern Covington County. Now, it is radar indicated, so that means that we're not seeing this, or there's no visual confirmation that this is on the ground, but there's enough dynamics in place and enough visual from radar and velocity, the rotation that we can see from these storms from Doppler radar that shows that we could be contending with the possibility of rotation touching the ground. So that's why they went ahead and issued that tornado warned storm. So the good news is they are monitoring this storm. National Weather Service in Birmingham, they said the circulation that they were most concerned about in southern Covington County with that storm cell has weakened and broadened. We've been noticing that too over the last few scans. They will monitor this for the next few scans and keep the warning for now. But if it does continue to show signs of weakening, they will let this expire a bit early. And that's how some of these storms are going to be today. They'll have a quick intensification and rotation potential of trying to drop maybe a tornado on the ground, and then they'll quickly lose that circulation and lift, and then they'll continue dumping lots of heavy rain. So that's what we're currently contending with this storm cell right now. And any one of these storms could potentially rotate. It's just this one down here in Covington County has been the first one we've seen today that had enough circulation, tightening circulation with it that could produce a tornado that's in between, say, Highway 55 and Highway 137. Those are the ones that go south down toward the state of Florida. This warning is just north of our friends down in Florala and just south of Andalusia and Opp. We'll see if we can't get a Skycam up here. I know we have one down there in portions of Andalusia, so we can get a better look of this storm cell. But currently, if you live in southern Covington County, you are still under this tornado warning. So please stay in your safe spot until this either is allowed to expire or it is allowed to or they notice the storm have passed your neighborhood. So that's currently where we're at right now as we check out first alert radar. So currently tornado warning till 4:45 for southern Covington County. Everywhere else, currently there are a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, but even if you're seeing intense rain right now, the main threat with these storm cells has been hail. The hail cores within these has been upwards of golf ball sized. We've had some damage earlier with some of these storms, dropping very large hail, causing damage to cars and sidings of buildings. That was really our primary threat that we've been contending with today. Heavy rain has also been an issue too. Some of those strongest cores of rain has dumped a lot of rain in a little bit of time that has caused some localized flooding within these storm cells. So looks like the National Weather Service in Mobile has decided to extend a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning with this as this continues to work its way across southern portions of Covington County. So that's good news because they're seeing what we're seeing, that the circulation within the storm center is not as tight as what it once was. So let's go a little bit into this storm again one more time for you. And then we may get to send it back to golf here fairly quickly for those who are looking for the golf game. So right now, here's the big picture. Showers and storms working their way across the southern half of Alabama. Some of us are contending with no rain, just some sunshine and warm temperatures, while others are contending with rain and storms, some on the stronger side with lots of lightning. Here's that one storm that caused us to be on the air. That was the tornado warned storm that had a bit of rotation within it. But the good news is the National Weather Service is seeing that this rotation has broadened out. We're going to still contend with lots of damaging winds within this storm. So that's why they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning. But since they've allowed this tornado warning to expire, we're going to go ahead and wrap up coverage here and go back to golf on NBC. So our TMP's in the back. Just let me know when you're ready for that. And remember, if we have another tornado warned issue, we will be back on WSFA. But for the most part, we'll continue tracking and watching it through the night.
It seems like there's been some development of straight line winds through this. if we're going to believe this product, it's about 58 to 60 miles per hour, which is why the severe thunderstorm warning is in. And in fact, there's also golf ball sized hail. So let's go ahead and get to the integrated liquid. Yeah, definitely some strong hail with this one. Definitely a little bit larger. And yeah, again, as we can tell, a bit more straight line winds here. Rotation, not evident at the moment. And product has a few couplets right here, but they're all values under 1, which means that the rotation is not significant. So for now, as you can tell from base reflectivity, this looks decently intense. Again, golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This will be approaching the Jackson area in the next, let's see, hour or so. And let's go back to the tornado warning in Rapides County near the rotation signature near Elizabeth. Let's go ahead and check on that real quick. And yeah, definitely kind of a couplet forming. This is not necessarily the couplet, more so right here. You can kind of tell this
near the Elizabeth area, and that is going to be currently in northern Allen, but of course that's going to be crossing into Rapides here shortly. So it is a little bit broad rotation, but you know, better to be safe than sorry in these storms. And this is the same thunderstorm that we were just on talking about. That is also severe warned. So you have a severe thunderstorm warning, and now on top of that, there's additionally been a tornado warning issued as it started to show a little bit better signs of organization. And again, it is a little bit broad. And some of these storms here, you know, kind of tightening up or showing that increased rotation for just a minute or two at a time, kind of loosening back up, becoming more broad. So it's really hard to kind of keep up with these storms. So it's better to keep them warned here. Better safe than sorry, certainly. So we have still numerous severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing through Grant Parish. Again, the rain that you're hearing in the metro area of Alexandria, that is from a strong thunderstorm that currently doesn't have any warning on. Our primary troublemaking storm this afternoon has been this one that's been pushing in from Beauregard Parish, and now it's really right on that line of Allen and Rapides Parish, and it is heading towards the Glenmora area. It is currently near Elizabeth, and that's where that area of rotation is, which again, you do see the red and the green next to each other, a little bit broad here, but we do have some signs that the storm is trying to become better organized, and of course it was organized earlier with the tornado warning that it had on there. So I'm going to put this into motion here and just show you the direction that these storms are pushing. And we're definitely hearing some torrential rainfall here across the area, and plenty of lightning with these storms. So these are moving primarily to the east and to the northeast. And they are continuing to push through Rapides Parish at this time. Starting to see a little rain in Avoyles Parish again. With the trajectory of this storm, we're going to see eastern Rapides continue to be affected by this tornado warned storm, as well as Avoyles. It may not necessarily be showing signs of rotation when it makes it into those areas, but you would want to keep an eye on this storm here and just be prepared, because we could certainly see the severe thunderstorm warning, if not the tornado warning, translated east, depending on what the storm decides to do. We also have our severe thunderstorm warning continuing, actually a new one.
Level 3. So yeah, this one's producing golf ball sized hail as well. You can see from the radar loop, this is moving directly to the east.
From East Texas, starting to strengthen as well. Some 1-inch hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here possible with that storm. So that one's going to go for Sabine and Natchitoches until 5:15 p.m. And that is right on top of the Manny area at this time. The strongest of the severe thunderstorm in Grant Parish, starting to push out of Grant Parish and starting to push into LaSalle Parish. So Alla and Gina going to be seeing the effects of this severe thunderstorm here. That's right on top of Georgetown, and that one is going to be for some quarter-sized hail and some strong wind gusts as well. Again, in Rapides Parish, we do have a strong thunderstorm here through the metro area. And looking at that, it does have some strong reflectivities here, even though it's not warned. That could just be torrential rainfall, but it could be hail as well. And not seeing anything in our hail zone. Looks like we could have some smaller hail with this. Let's see the estimates of this one. It's probably not severe sized hail. Yeah, so that's showing 7/10 of an inch, so just over a ½ inch size hail. So that's going to be smaller than a quarter. So this storm here in the metro area, even though we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning, that certainly could be producing some small hail and some very heavy rainfall as it pushes through the metro area into Pineville area as well. That'll be headed into Colleen and other areas there in eastern Vernon. So checking back in on our tornado warned storm here. This tornado warned storm is going to be capable of producing tornadoes, strong winds, and up to 1.5-inch hail, which is a ping pong ball sized hail. And that is pushing through southern Vernon. And of course, heavy rainfall, lots of lightning as well. Unfortunately, these storms are bringing a little bit of everything today as they develop and push across the area. So this storm right on top of Glenmora, and we'll check in on the velocities again over the last few minutes. Again, it is looking like a pretty broad signature, so that is good. You know, we certainly could see a quick spin-up tornado produce with this storm. So you definitely want to be better safe than sorry, and stay in place until this storm passes if you can. But we are seeing certainly some broad rotation on this. So could be looking at some strong winds there, and of course the hail and the tornado threat as well. And ongoing storms here across the metro area. Again, we talked about this warm front that is in place. We have these dew points to the south here in the 70s. That's allowing these storms here to the south, especially to become surface based. So those could be the tornado producers. And then we also have some hail producers today as well. We have that very high convective available potential energy. That's what we call CAPE for short. As you can see, that's really maximized across the southern half of the area. On Friday, we had our severe threat, but our CAPE values were at less than 2,000 joules per kilogram. They're in the 2,000 to 3,000 range today. So those really high CAPE values are those big hail producing storms. And then that, along with our surface warm front boundary there, have a lot of good ingredients for storms today. I believe we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's check this out. And it does look like they are going to warn the storm here over the metro area. Let's check on the winds with that one. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for winds of greater than 50 miles per hour, and it looks like they're picking up on the hail as well that I showed you a second ago. Just want to read the details of this. So this is primarily being warned for that hail. We do have some gusty winds. It looks like it's going to be 40-mile-per-hour winds with this warning. And that has, of course, torrential rainfall and lightning. So this is the storm right on top of the metro area. The worst of it is starting to shift east into places like Wardville and places like Pineville and Colleen. But we are still seeing some very heavy rainfall here across the metro area. With this severe thunderstorm. That severe thunderstorm warning will go until 5:30, and that's going to be for some quarter-sized hail and some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So just zooming out and giving you a better look, numerous storms here ongoing. We do have one tornado warned storm, and that continues to be in the southern portion of Rapides Parish. We additionally have a strong thunderstorm here back across Sabine Parish, one moving through LaSalle, and again, two here in Rapides Parish. So I want to go back to our tornado warned storm. Again, it's right on top of Glenmora. And that rotation hasn't quite made it to Glenmora yet, but it's right on top of Glenmora, closer to the Blanche community. And that is going to be pushing this storm here is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. So again, this one could have a little bit of everything. And you can see that area here where we have the red and the green next to each other right on top of the Blanche area. And certainly have some broad rotation with this. I'm going to put it into motion again as we continue to get more updates. So yeah, it doesn't look like a particularly strong rotation signature, so that is good, but you certainly would want to stay in place here as we continue to see this storm pushing across the area. It has a little bit of everything with it today, including that potential possibly for a quick spin-up tornado here and some heavy rain and wind as well. And checking out, looks like this severe thunderstorm here again, the one that is tornado warned. Looks like it's going to be extended. Warning is going to be extended east there, all the way into Avoyelles now. So if you're in Avoyelles, your phone may be going off. I'm guessing that they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire here when it comes up in just a few minutes, and translate that east as a severe thunderstorm warning here. And that is going to continue as it pushes east. So we have about 11 minutes left here on the tornado warning. But the rest of the storm here going to see that severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock for portions of Avoyelles, Evangeline, and Rapides again. So putting it into motion here over the last 30 minutes or so, you can see it is now pushed out of Allen Parish, and it is into southern Rapides. Really not much of Evangeline is being affected by this, and it hasn't quite made it to Avoyelles just yet, but it is pushing to the east there. And that is, let's see how quickly this one is moving as it pushes towards Avoyelles. Again, Avoyelles not seeing the storms yet, but these are moving east at 50 miles per hour. Again, ping pong ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And in the tornado warned area, the potential here for a tornado this afternoon. So we have numerous boxes right on top of each other, 3 to be exact there. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings as well as that tornado warning. And it looks like they are canceling. That is good news there. So that's what I expected. They did cancel that tornado warning. They actually canceled it early, so that's good news. So there's no longer a tornado warning on that storm, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm. Again, it's right on top of Glenmora. And portions of that, Forest Hill is not in the box, but Forest Hill is certainly about to get some wind in the rain. Already is getting some wind in the rain. LaCount and Cheneyville and Bunkie are all in this severe thunderstorm warning box here. Again, as you can see, this storm is pushing to the east. I'm going to slow it down a little bit for you. That is pushing to the east. So we are going to be looking at heavy rain, possibly some hail, and some strong winds as well. Looking at winds on that one, 60 mile per hour wind gusts certainly possible as this heads towards eastern Rapides Parish, and then eventually into western Avoyelles Parish as well. So good news if you're just joining it. Again, it was showing some signs of rotation. That storm has been the troublemaking storm all afternoon, producing a tornado warning through portions of Beauregard and Vernon, and we have seen this continue to be tornado warned. That has been allowed to expire. So this time we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings across our area. Again, we do have tornado potential today, especially in these storms that push to the south. Wouldn't be surprised if that storm starts to organize itself again to see another tornado warning issued, but for now we don't have one, so that is good news. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning pushing into eastern Rapides, 2 of them actually, one to the north and one to the south. The one to the south will be eventually pushing into Avoyelles as well. And then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning here back across Sabine Parish. And then luckily, Grant is getting a break for now. You may have a little more activity here from that storm that's back in Sabine that may affect the northern portions. We have this other severe thunderstorm warning here on top of Georgetown that'll continue to affect portions of Alla and Gina with some quarter-sized hail and some 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And then our storm here in Rapides Parish, we're seeing really strong wind, strong heavy rain and gusty winds throughout all of the parish, but the strongest of this storm here heading into the Labousse area, and then Holloway and DeVille, you're also in the severe thunderstorm warning as well. And it looks like they're going to drop the warning on the southern one here. Okay, that's going to be as it pushes out of those areas. And we have another update. Going to check on this. So if you're just joining us here, we have been following a few tornado warnings today, really more or less the same cell off and on today primarily, but a few severe thunderstorm warnings certainly ongoing. And this storm here in southern Rapides, let's check on the details of these again. This one down here to the south has been our hail producer as well. So this is going to be, again, for ping pong ball sized hail. That's 1.5-inch sized hail. So if you're in Avoyelles, especially in the Bunkie area, LeCount, Shadyville, even into Marksville, potentially, or Moraville, because this storm is going to continue to push east. We may see it hold its strength together. It's been quite the hail producer here. We've had numerous hail reports here across the area. Check in on our hail zone and our hail tracks here. The storm that was pushing through Grant, again, has had a history of producing some hail. And then you see the different colors there going from Beauregard through Allen, and now near that Rapides Evangeline border. That was the tornado warned storm that we've been tracking, but that has also had a history of producing that large hail, especially as it was back in Beauregard Parish there. That hail there could be ping pong ball sized or even larger, possibly even around golf ball sized hail. And then a lot of our storms here, really most of our storms today have appear to have been producing hail. So this is just one of those days. Some of the storms here to the north are elevated. We tend to have more of a hail threat with those storms as well. A lot of these storms, though, are right along the warm front that has pushed into the area and to the south of the warm front as well. So we do continue to see a tornado watch until 7 o'clock for the entire area. And we have this upper level energy interacting with our warm front that has sparked these storms off. And with all those ingredients in place, things have been coming together pretty well right across our area today. So it doesn't look like we are seeing some development here back across East Texas. So it looks like Sabine and Natchitoches are likely to stay busy for a while. Not seeing a lot of development down to the southwest. So hopefully Beauregard and Vernon, we get a little bit of a break for a while. But again, at this time, we do have about five or six here. Severe thunderstorm warnings here across our area. So I'm going to take a quick break now that we don't have a tornado warning in place. Again, if you're out in the path of these storms, though, please continue to stay weather aware, and we are going to get back on here. If we have another tornado warning or another substantial hail or wind producing severe thunderstorm warning. But for now, we're going to take a break, take a look at things, and we'll be back on here as necessary.
Whole Insights presented. SCH updates their SVR, hail indication, and only continues Rapides County. Okay, let's see. Nothing. Okay, so Mob continues their TOA, and Mob cancels their SVAs for Baldwin, Mobile, Escambia, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, and North Mobile Bay. They continue the SVA for Butler, Choctaw, Clark, Conecuh, Covington, Crenshaw, Escambia, Monroe, Washington, and Wilcox. For now. Also, there's SVRs issued up in Illinois. We got an SVR for Will, Kankakee County. We also got a special marine warning, which has a large hail over Indiana Harbor, and that's about it. By the way, Drew, I'll get back to you. Just Paul isn't here right now, so. Damn, what's going on? Oh, just more climate reports. Yeah, but Drew, you're gonna have to wait until Paul gets back because I can't bring anybody up here. I'm not a moderator. And LCH continues SVR for Evangeline, Rapides, and Aviolas counties or parishes. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5 inches of hail. LCH cancels SVR for Rapid East counties. Mobile issues special weather statement. Mobile continues SVR with tornado possible tag, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and 1 inch of hail for Choctaw and Wayne. SHV continues SVR, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 inch of hail, cancels Sabine, and continues natural utilities. Uh, LCH issues SVR with tornado possible, damage threat considerable with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2 inches of hail. Golf ball sized hail, I believe. No, tennis ball sized for Avoyles, Evangeline, and Rapides until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Oh, tornado? Hmm. That just seems to be some rotation. I don't think that's a tornado. I think that's more like a mesocyclone or something. But you never know. I'm not the weatherman. He's the weatherman. Oh yeah, Helix, I can't bring you up yet. Paul is still AFK, so when he gets back, you can probably come up. For now. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the only person like talking here, and all I'm doing is announcing alerts right now. Not monitoring anything. But if there is a tornado warning, if there's anything like that, I'll make sure to let you all know what's going on and whatnot. And as I say that, LCH expires the SVR. That SVR was only there for 2 minutes. Which is extremely weird. I don't understand why they would issue an SVR for like 2 minutes and then expire it, because that's still severe thunderstorm on the ground right now. Let's see what else we got. And I assume Paul is back? Unless I'm wrong. You're still muted, by the way. Kodster and Helix want to come up? Hey, Kodster, what's up? That SVR was already canceled, by the way. It's only there for 2 minutes, which is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, the considerable one. S yeah. SHV public reports hail of quarter size 5 p.m. exactly. Central Time. I'm a dingus. I thought I thought that was Eastern Daylight Time or something for the considerable south. Hold on. Licks issues and area forecast discussion. I'll link it if anybody wants to read it. Picture of nickel to quarter size hail that fell on Castor that was posted to social media. And SVRs continued for Natchitoches until with 60 mile per hour wind gusts and 1.5 inches of hail until 5:15. Observed hail. Yeah. That special marine warning still has some large hail near the waters of Burns Harbor in Michigan, and Wilmette Harbor in Michigan City. That's a mid lake. But nothing indicated about water spouts, just hail up there for now.
All right. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Yeah, you're up.
Hello. Not sure if you saw the images I've sent in. But Reed, and also a friend of mine, have confirmed that there was a form of ground contact within Louisiana a couple minutes ago. So
Where's
produced.
this cell at right now?
It was previously over in Oakdale. By now, it's probably been dissipated, considering how weak the circulation was.
Okay. Yeah, they might issue a tour pretty soon near the area. Near Jack. Oh yeah. There is some rotation over there.
I would like to add in something that I've learned
Here.
recently.
Look,
So,
correlation
utilizing the
focus right now.
tilts more can help you determine which cell has stronger updrafts, and in
No
turn
security.
could be the tornado producer and later in the day. So, I definitely keep that mentally noted.
Yeah. Looking at Jan right now, it is considerable with winds of 70 miles per hour that have been observed and hail of 2 inches that have been observed. So it is most likely higher straight line winds. But yeah, here's that. rotation, by the way.
Hey, you
Move
keeping
back.
an eye on that cell over in Bunky? Or is that the same polygon? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's probably gonna get
And as
tore
I'm
in a
saying
minute.
that, Jan reports train spotter, golf ball sized hail, SHV. Releases a ton of climate reports. LCH updates their thunderstorm SVR near Avaliz and Rapides with tornado possible tag, considerable 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 2 inches of hail right now. Jan updates SVR near Franklin and near Tensas. They cancel Catahoula and Franklin. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 inch of hail.
Velocity's broadening and intensifying on the Evergreen cell.
I wish I had a better radar to check this, but I have deep page and it's not updated live. I've got to like switch through things. Jan reports egg-sized hail through amateur radio on Thompson Road in Hinds County, Missouri. I mean, Mississippi, not Missouri. Jackson. So there is some hail coverage in Jackson right now. Yeah. Here. Here, I'm gonna check. Jan issues an SVR, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 inch of hail for Tensas, Clybourne, and Jefferson. And they continue the SVR with their considerable damage threat with 60 miles per hour wind gusts and 1.75 inches of hail for Capaya in Hinds County. And through
Wow, look at
amateur
that
radio in
curve there.
Jackson, someone reports TSTM wind damage with ham operator reported tree down on Thompson Road. So, same guy. Mobile issues a mesoscale discussion with a tornado watch being likely with 80% chance. 2245Z situation, parts of central Alabama, along with an additional round of severe thunderstorms spread eastward from Mississippi this evening. Is this the Avoyley cell? Yeah, it is. Okay. Maybe that rotation is weakening a little bit for now, but it might strengthen again. SHV issues SVR, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 inch of hail for Grant, Natchitoches, and Wynn, Louisiana. Jan, emergency management issues Yeah, quarter-sized hail, southwest Madison County. Nothing too crazy. Also, Georgia does issue their mesoscale discussion with a 60% watch probability. Jan continues SVR. Damage threat considerable, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 2 inches of hail for Hines, Madison, and Rankin.
I have never seen a discrete cell like this in the southern part of the United States in a long time. Kind of
Mobile
envious of the
issues an
people chasing
SVR with
that.
the tornado possible for Choctaw and Clark County, Alabama. Which is interesting. Can someone go to that SVR? Oh. And as I say that, Jan issues a mesoscale and Mob issues a mesoscale. Jan has amateur radio reporting pea-sized hail in like near Jan Airport in Rankin County. Yeah, can you stream that real? Yeah. Nickel-sized hail reported. Yeah. Apparently Paul has to go, so now you're gonna have to be streaming for a little bit, half an hour or so. Here, let's see here what's going on. Yeah. That Jackson cell is looking crazy right now. Whoa. Yeah, it's not only just a lot of wind, it's also a lot of hail too. SHV issues special weather statement for Natchitoches counties, Sabine Parish, southeastern Shelby, and northern Sabine counties through 6 p.m. 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 0.5 inches of hail. I wish they would like put another radar in Mississippi somewhere, so that way we can actually monitor this at a safe distance. That it dying on us per se. Oh, they finally issued it. Hooray. Alright. Here, let's go look at that cell real quick.
Possible beware on the Louisiana cell, the discrete one.
Isn't that the warning that got issued at 09? ED Eastern? Yeah, that's
If that's the
some
tornado warning.
rotation, but that's not. Yeah, that's some rotation.
That's very tight considering it's like having a beware like that. Very impressive.
Yeah, that is some rotation. That is enough rotation too. True. And as I say that, Jan reports TSTM 1 damage near Bolton Fire Station. The roof is blown off in Hinds County. But yeah, that tornado is like near Cottonport right now. Yeah, it might just be outside right now of that area. So we might be seeing maybe something on that. Yeah, this tour might just be canceled pretty soon. It's really been uneventful.
I'll give it a couple more scans. Cells
Yeah,
like this,
it might
especially since
just
by themselves, can do
it might
crazy
just
stuff.
strengthen up again. You never know. Well, Felix, what radar software do you use?
I'm utilizing GR2.
Yeah, everybody utilizes GR2. I wish I could still have that. Too bad I can't really read a radar well, so. Put a V2.
Yep, you might be right. Looks like it's choking itself off now, for real this time. Let's do a 3D scan, shall we?
Jan. Yeah, nothing in Jan. It's just some severe weather. Amateur radio reports nickel-sized hail.
I think I might dig this. It looks like close to 60 KFT, which would translate to 60,000 feet in the air regarding the cell. Let me drop this right here. That's, yeah, 60,000. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, which L2 data feed should I use right now? Okay, there you go.
Iowa State's always the go-to.
Here, is it register? Is that what I need to click on? Okay. Ooh, that's a cool. All right. All right, there we go. Registered.
Some of this hail core is reaching all the way up to 20,000 feet in the air, which is very impressive, very dangerous sign as well.
20,000 feet in the air, dude.
Yes.
Okay.
or getting lofted up.
Let's see.
In the precipitation.
I am not seeing.
Yeah, a rough estimate around that range, maybe a little bit lower.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any sort of radar information right now. Licks. Yeah, Licks issues an SVR with tornado possible and damage threat considerable for Point Capee, and West Feliciana and Wilkinson counties till 6 p.m. So we might be seeing another tour.
Than anywhere else, and that is again heading towards Moorville. The hail with this storm, very large hail being produced. We're getting reports in of this large hail as well, and our hail product has showed this storm continuing to produce 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail is the size of an egg. That is really starting to get into some dangerous hail that can certainly do a lot of damage to property, and of course to you as well if you are outside. I'm going to see if we have any storm reports from the cell as well, but if you're just joining in, again, Cottonport and Mooraville, you want to get in your safe place until the storm passes because we may be looking at a quick spin-up tornado possible here with this storm. Again, the rotation is a little bit broad, but it is there, and it is showing signs of at least a little bit more organization. And looks like we don't have any storm reports here just yet from Avoyelles or Rapides. We did have some hail reports back across Natchitoches and Beauregard as well. So at this time, we do have for our area 3 ongoing warnings. 2 of the warnings are for the same storm, but most of Avoyelles Parish here at this time being affected by this strong thunderstorm. This has been our main troublemaker of the day. And this has been producing large hail, damaging wind gusts, and could be producing a tornado. So it is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So I'm going to time it out and see if I can get some more of these landmarks in here. But this is primarily going to be between Cottonport and Mooraville as well. So I'm just going to actually time it out from where that hail core is, because you're not going to want to be outside when that approaches your area as well. And then if it did produce a tornado, you would get the hail first, followed by the tornado, if we have a tornado. So it'll be in the Big Bend area here in the next 9 minutes. Not seeing any places on our system come up that are very noticeable that anyone would know. But again, this is starting to push towards the Hamburg area as well. And this tornado warning box, the worst of it is past Hesmer now, and also south of Hesmer. But from Mansard to Mooraville and Cottonport, that is where we have the worst of this storm. And looks like that area of rotation here is coming up on Mooraville. And again, it's not an incredibly strong signature. This could be a quick spin-up tornado, though. Again, better to be safe than sorry with this situation. And this is going to go until 5:45. So it's currently 5:27. And as you can see, we have a severe thunderstorm warning on the same cell, which is already being continued into southwestern Mississippi there. The storm is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So luckily, it will be exiting the parish here and likely in about the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. But again, we do have this tornado warning here continuing, as well as a severe thunderstorm. So a little bit of everything with this storm. storm. The tornado warning will go till 5:45. Let's see when the severe thunderstorm warning is going to go to. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to go until 6 o'clock. And again, besides the possibility of a tornado, we are going to be looking at 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and anywhere from 1.5 inches to potentially 2-inch sized hail with this storm. So definitely going to be a loud storm as well. Looks like a lot of lightning with this storm. So that is another threat from it, as well as torrential rainfall and hail as well. So this storm has been we've been tracking this one all afternoon, all the way from East Texas through Beauregard Parish. It kind of clipped portions of Vernon, Southern Rapides, portions of Allen and Evangeline as well. And now the storm here pushing towards Moraville in Avoyelles Parish, really right on top of Moraville. It may produce those quick spin-up tornado here. Again, we don't have any confirmation of this, but it would be a good plan to stay in your safe place here until this storm passes. And we'll let you know if this tornado warning is dropped. That's going to go on here for about another 15 minutes or so. Additionally, we have another severe thunderstorm warning here that is currently pushing out of Natchitoches, and that is going to be pushing into northern Grant Parish as well as southern Wynn Parish. That one is going to be, I believe, a standard warning here. Let's check it out. It's going to go until 6:15, and that is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So again, that storm there currently in Natchitoches Parish, but that's going to be pushing into Grant and Wynn. We also have a strong thunderstorm back on Sabine Parish. That one will also be heading into Natchitoches. No warning there at the moment, and things have quieted down for Vernon and Beauregard as well. And currently Avoyelles here getting the worst of the storms at the moment with our tornado warning. And let's check in on where this storm is located. And again, it does have that potential for severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to take that, well, it does have a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're concerned with that hail and that tornado threat at the moment. And that tornado warning will go for about 15 minutes. It's moving to the northeast now. It looks like it's picked up speed a bit at 50 miles per hour. So that is, well, that's good and bad. That means it'll exit the parish sooner. But of course, that would be bad if it is producing a tornado, because that would be a very fast moving storm. But again, well, let's check out the velocity data. And it is a broad signature. But it is there. Certainly could see this storm drop a tornado. Don't have confirmation of that at this time. Worst of that, the most concerning area of rotation is still in the Moraville area. It's really not affecting the Marksville area. And at this point, it has passed Mansura and also past Cottonport. It has also passed Plocheville as well. So it's really Moraville, and that's the only area that I'm seeing here at the moment. It's going to be near Moorville, Hamburg. It'll be headed towards the Big Bend area as well. So starting to get into those more rural areas as well. Not affecting Simsport, and again, just giving you a look at that tornado warning here. It's pushing into western Avoyelles as well. And it's this severe thunderstorm that we've been tracking across the entire southern portion of the state all afternoon. And that is pushing to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to see if we can track this out here again, now that we do know it is picking up a bit of speed, and as it pushes to the northeast here at 50 miles per hour. So it shouldn't be affecting Avoyelles here for too much longer. But let's just go ahead and track it out here. So right on top of Avoyelles High School, again, it's right on top of Moorville at this time, which I've been saying, into Hamburg in the next 4 minutes or so, into the Big Bend area here in the next 15 minutes or so. And then after that, it is more or less going to be starting to head out of our area. And this storm has a history of producing strong winds and large hail as well, and it may be producing a tornado. Again, Borderlandville is going to be in that tornado warning box as well. And let's check that out and See if you can zoom in here and look at some of the roads that it's affecting right now. Again, Highway 114, it's pretty much just east of Highway 1 there. 451 is also going to be there as well. And really that area of rotation at this point is going to be pretty much between, it's going to be just east of Moraville here, kind of between Bordelandville and Moraville. It's a little bit of a messy signature. There's kind of a lot going on with this storm, but if you're in that general vicinity, certainly would want to just stay in place if you can until that storm passes. Again, showing our hail product here that is continuing to show some large hail. It may not be quite as large as it was earlier as it was on approach to Hesmer, so that's good. Looks like down here between Hamburg and Plocheville, we still have some areas of large hail that the storm is producing, about 1.5 inch size. So 1.5 inch size, still very large hail, ping pong ball sized hail. And as the storm continues pushing across the parish there, it certainly has that potential to keep producing that large hail. This storm has been the primary troublemaker today as it's pushed across our southern parishes here. It's been producing a tornado warning on and off as we've seen those areas of rotation tighten up at times, and that is just continuing to cause problems across the area with the hail, also a lightning threat as well, and of course, heavy rain and that potential for that tornado. So the signature on velocity is looking fairly messy. So that is a good sign. That means we're probably not getting a tornado touching down, but we'll just stay with it a few more minutes to see if this tornado warning here continues. And certainly a damaging storm regardless. Again, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, certainly a possibility, as well as that large hail. And yeah, we are getting now a storm report in from a storm chaser down and around the Bunkie area of, this was just a few minutes back, some telephone poles potentially snapped in and around Bunkie area. We'll have to work to confirm some of these storm reports, but it does look like there are some damage reports that are coming in from these storms. So again, we are continuing this tornado warning in the Moraville area as well as the Bordelandville area. Again, it's going to be past Plocheville, and Simmsport is not going to be in that warning box. Hesmer and Marksville are in the clear, and at this point, it looks like Mansura is in the clear as well. You're still in the box, but the worst of that storm here is past the area. Again, it's going to be primarily Moraville and Bordelandville. Seeing this potential area of rotation here where we may have a tornado that's being produced. We don't have any definite confirmation of that at this time, but again, this is going to be primarily just north of Highway 1 in Avoyelles Parish, and it is moving pretty quickly to the northeast. So we are going to see it here push out of the parish pretty quickly, which of course is good news. That's what we want it to do. As far as Avoyelles is concerned, and Rapides, and most of our parishes at this point, things are starting to slow down for our area. There are, of course, a lot of storms here across the northern portion of the state, as well as additional severe thunderstorms pushing into Mississippi now. But we are down to 2 storms that we're watching. Again, the storm near Moraville and Bordelandville producing possibly some very large hail, some damaging wind gusts, and possibly a tornado as well. And then we have our severe thunderstorm warning. This is another strong storm and is now to the east of Montgomery. It's really coming up on Atlanta as well. And let's check out this one. This one has not been producing as large a hail. Yeah, it could be some small hail with that one. But that one's not as much of a hail producer as this one here is. So again, we talked about this earlier. This is a situation that really very quickly escalated with those ingredients really coming together. And as we saw on Friday, they don't always come together just right, even when they are in place. And that did not happen for us on Friday. But today, the storms have really come together. A tornado watch remains in effect here until 7 o'clock. And until these storms push out of our area here, we'll still have about 2 or 3 more hours where we we still could see some damaging storms as well as some tornado potential as well. And looking at the shear tracks, which gives us an indication of those some of those winds, we are seeing some shear tracks. Which it could be from a tornado or it could be from strong winds, but it is showing up on our product enough to show us that some strong winds have been through that area, and then the hail as well. Just what a terrible combination that is a tornado and wind producing storm and extremely large hail, and we don't see that combination a whole lot around here, but that is what we have going on here across the area. I'm still keeping an eye on our radar signature here in Avoyelles. Again, certainly could be something there, but it doesn't look overly concerning. So hopefully the storm is going to continue that trend and fall apart here as it pushes out of the area. And I'm not seeing any new updates yet. We've got about 6 more minutes on the tornado warning, which the worst of that is really coming up on the Bordelonville area. After that, looks like it's going to be headed into those more rural areas and also pushing out of the parish. So that would be good news. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning on top of it. So I know you're getting multiple alerts in Avoyelles right now. I wish they wouldn't necessarily issue 2 at once, but that's just what happens. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Avoyelles Parish as well as a tornado warning. It is the same storm. Of course, if we saw a tornado, it would be in a more concentrated area, and there would be that area right there. Again, it's going to be north of Highway 1, and the signature is looking really messy. There is certainly some broad rotation still going on there, and it looks like they're going to extend the severe thunderstorm warning here, continuing to extend that east into Mississippi. So it's going to be crossing the river here in the not too distant future, but could be producing that large hail. A lot of lightning with this storm as well. The storm in Natchitoches and Grant Parish also producing a lot of lightning. There could be some small hail in that storm as well. And then we have additional strong storms back through Sabine Parish and Natchitoches Parish. A lot of lightning, some very heavy rain with those as well. So we are just continuing to track the tornado warned storm here in Avoyelles Parish. Again, this storm has really been the #1 troublemaker of the day. And we have at least 1 damage report. We've also gotten plenty of videos of hail coming in from across the area. So I'll be interested to see what additional storm reports roll into this. Hopefully the damage is not too extensive, but it does look like it is doing some damage here as the storm pushes across the area, and that's been happening since East Texas as it's tracked across the entire state here. So good news is it looks like Marksville, Mansura, Cottonport, Simmsport, all of those areas are in the clear. Hesmer in the clear as well. Even Moorville at this point, the worst of that storm is moving away from you now. I'd say it's north and east of you. Pretty much Bordelonville is still on the fringes of the area of concern, still in the warning box as well. So you want to stay in place here until the storm passes, and that will be happening here pretty soon. So we've had such a big hail threat today. Again, just to give you an idea of the hail that is falling with these storms, we often see quarter-sized hail, which is 1 inch. We started today seeing right off the bat seeing ping pong ball sized hail, which is 1.5 inches. Golf ball is 1.75 inches, and then 2 inches, which is what we likely had through portions of southern Rapides and Avoyelles. That is egg-sized hail, and we're just looking at a radar estimate here. So certainly maybe could be seeing even larger hail out there once we get some of these reports in. And so it does look like they are going to allow that tornado warning to expire here in the next 3 minutes. So that is good news. And they're going to continue that as a severe thunderstorm warning. So that doesn't necessarily mean you're in the clear. But again, the radar signature there as far as rotation goes wasn't overly strong. So it's good to see that tornado warning be allowed to expire. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for a little bit longer. Again, most of Avoyelles Parish at this point is in the clear. And with that tornado warning here being dropped, we're going to go ahead and send you back to regular programming. We'll be back on the air though if we have any additional strong storms.
to decide third and fourth, but Scheffler and McIlroy put on a great show right to the very end. 2-1 victory for Rory McIlroy. And Scheffler, boy, all he's done in the last 3 years here. Runner-up, champion, and then fourth.
Pretty impressive. You know, he's quite the match play player. Teddy Scott, his caddy's won this tournament with Bubba Watson. He's pretty much the match play caddy right now.
Shout out.
Hold up, what's going on? Yeah, there is a little bit of NROT near Coffeeville, but there's not much. Yeah. And also the SVR near Kemper and Lauderdale has received a damage threat of considerable too. So just a comment on that. You can continue about what you were saying, by the way, about the SVRD. Jan reports TSTM wind damage, but nothing else. Jan continues SVR for Clark and Kemper or Lauderdale with damage threat considerable. Okay. LCH continues the tornado warning, actually. Seems like, no, wait, no. Now expires. I would, I don't know why I was scrolled up on there. That's weird. Okay. Am I scrolled for all of them? Yeah, I am. Weird, why isn't, okay. Yeah, there's not really much rotation. Also that, reflectivity is also weakened. Yeah. But I will say that Milstead and Shorter still gonna get hit hard by this. Although it has weakened a bit, hail size it has turned from 2 inches to 1.5. SHV updates their severe thunderstorm warning. And yeah. Clark, what's the Birmingham chat room for IEM bot again? BMX, okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see this one.
Welcome to
Okay.
Drew.
BMX
Welcome back,
issues
Drew.
an airport weather warning.
All right.
Hey, Drew.
Hello.
Okay.
Finally back to Sunday.
Tornado watch has finally been issued for portions of BMX, and Mobile has also issued their tornado watch, which is now in effect. If I go to National Weather Service. Yeah.
Doesn't look like this is a tornado outbreak. It's more of a severe thunderstorm outbreak. It looks like we do still anticipate the discrete supercells to take over in a few hours. And in fact, I do see some of them forming in southern Mississippi. Got 1 inch hail on one of them. Where do you see that at?
Jan updates their SVR. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5 inches of hail have been observed, and they've canceled Madison and continue Hines, Rankin, Scott, and Smith counties.
Surprise, I issued destructive for this. Let's go back to Jackson. I did see a supercell go through Jackson, Mississippi earlier, and we have a flash flood warning for Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay, mobile issues tornado watch and continues tornado watch for George, Green, Perry, Stone, and Wayne. They canceled the SVA. Tallahassee issues special weather statement. Yeah. And mobile does issue a severe not a special weather statement and then a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible and damage threat considerable with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.75 inches of hail for Choctaw and Clark counties. So we could be seeing tornado there. SHV reports quarter-sized hail near Spearsville.
So Jackson did update that severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts observed and 1.5 inch hail observed. That is for Inns, Rankin, Scott, and Smith, Mississippi until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard or Central Daylight Time. I don't know why I'm still stuck on standard.
Issues tornado watch for Bibb, Calhoun, Chambers, Chilton, Clay, Cleburne, Coosa, Green, Hale, Jefferson, Perry, Pickens, Randolph, Shelby, St. Clair, Sumter, Talladega, Tallapoosa, Tuscaloosa, Autauga, Barber, Bullock, Dallas, Elmore, Lee, Loudons, Lowndes, Mackin, Marengo, Montgomery, Pike, and Russell. Mobile, nothing. And Licks updates their severe thunderstorm warning and cancels Point Coopy and West Feliciana and continues Wilkinson. And they have removed the considerable tag as the hail has weakened from that cell. Sorry, that was me.
Emergency management reports thunderstorm wind damage. Power lines down on railroad track. That is for intersection in Clinton, Mississippi.
All right. Well, I assume. Oh, wait. Hold on, real quick. Jan reports hail from their maintenance check indicator and reports baseball-sized hail in Rankin County of 2.75 inches. Yeah. I was. If you were watching the windstorm that happened in Kentucky, there was a lot of considerable and destructive SVRs issued for that area. Actually, I was there at the.
Storm Prediction Center did finally issue the tornado watch for those cells down there in southern Mississippi that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. I assume that Drew has the warnings now, so I'm gonna go. I'll come back later, but just keep everything updated. So, yeah.
All right.
Goodbye,
Thank you for your
everybody.
time.
Thanks for the GR2 key, by the way, Kodster. All right. Peace out.
Yeah, I got IEM bot open. The Storm Prediction Center issued 20 to watch 89 that includes southern portions of Mississippi. And those were these cells I was talking about earlier. Just have some warning or what? Mm. All right. Okay. I assume they are doing service on the radar during its lifetime. Baseball size hail reported by social media. All right, I'm going to switch audio methods here. My AirPods are about to die. New severe thunderstorm warning. That is for southern Arkansas. Not a very good radar in there. It's in the radar hole. That includes Vic, Engel, and that's about it. It's a pretty rural area in that severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are near and Liddell. So if you are near those areas, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Um, hmm. This does not account for what the SBC has done, but since the start of this like 5-ish string day severe weather event, the analyst team that I manage has issued a total of 23 mesoscale discussions and ongoing. And as far as watches go, we have issued 10 watches. Yeah, one PDS tornado and one PDS zero thunderstorm. That gives you an idea on how significant this is. It is a professional weather forecasting thing. It's not an official office, but we do have very experienced analysts. One of them actually works with the warning coordination meteorologists in the Tampa Bay office. I want to see. Where are my AirPods at? Here's plugging them up. 47 times. Perfect. Might switch over here soon. Been pinged in here? Sailor, I do not have administration permissions in here, so you would have to ask Paul. And speaking of coming on the stage, I might have to leave again. I'm about to eat dinner. So, see you, Paul, and see you, Kodster.
Same storm just to the south of Thomasville currently. So what we'll do is we'll zoom in and we'll show you the area of circulation that continues to be ongoing across much of Clark County. We're going to continue to watch this over the next few minutes. Again, northwestern Clark County, and that's going to be working off towards the north and west. Now here's Wilcox County. The warning includes Wilcox County as well, but here's Thomasville. Very heavy rain, lots of lightning. Golf ball size hail been reported earlier. Right now we're seeing quarter size hail with this storm, and this is moving through Thomasville. But the main area of concern is where we're going to be looking for rotation. And that right now the National Weather Service is indicating that there is enough rotation right here near the Springfield community, and that's going to be lifting off towards McWhirr and just to the south of Thomasville. So this is getting ready to cross US 43 as we speak, and then that'll be working its way up into Wilcox County here shortly. Now here's it's radar indicated, and right now this is radar indicated tornado really working just to the south of Thomasville along US 43. I'll clear some of this off for you. And again, we'll put this into motion and show you over the last few minutes. It's been working its way off towards the north and west, and it's going to continue to do that as we work through the next couple of hours. So that's really what we're going to be watching. And again, this isn't the only storm on the radar, but this is the only storm with a warning in our viewing area. And again, as we get in a little closer, we'll see if we can get some of these other streets showing up. You got Highway 154. Now here's the new Thomasville Medical Center just south of Thomasville. This is just south of there. This is going to be between Fulton and Sand Flat, essentially. So it's working its way off towards the north and west. There's the community of rural McWhirr, and then here's Diamond Lane. So we're going to continue to watch this. We'll get in a little bit closer, get some of these other streets showing up. Here's Kelly Road. There is Sand Flat Road, and of course, you know, Sand Flat Road comes off US 43. Dancer Lane, Kelly Road, that's what we're going to be continuing to watch. And then Sand Flat Road continues to head up just to the south and west up to near Midway Road. So that's what we're dealing with right now. That's the only storm of concern. I'll put the reflectivity back on, just show you. The rest of the area, it's quiet and calm. We knew this event would be an inland community threat, and that's what it has turned into. Now, you see numerous severe thunderstorm warnings back towards the north and west. And again, this is going to be the area the next several hours that's going to get this tremendous amount of heavy rainfall, the threat for strong storms. Again, we're under a moderate risk for severe weather. That's 4 out of 5 levels, and I will actually show you that on our day 1 outlook. Turn some of these polygons off, but again, level 4 out of 5, it's rare, and this is where we're going to be looking for the threat for those damaging tornadoes and large hail. We've got numerous reports across the state of Alabama today of golf ball to baseball size hail. So these storms are producing large hail. Roy Waite, the EMA director in Clark County, has been saying lots of quarter-size hail reported earlier near River Bend. So we're going to keep an eye on this the next few minutes. But again, we'll go back to the radar. Again, in this extreme northeastern, really Clark County. Grove Hill, Jackson does not include you. So that is certainly some good news. But we're going to continue to watch this area of concern. Turn the watches and warnings back on. Just give you an idea. Again, the flashing red polygon, that's where we're going to be most concerned with this storm over the next few minutes. It looks like it's really pushed east of the US 43 corridor. So I'm going to put the storm relative velocity. And again, this is where we look for spin. Green is towards the radar. Red is away from the radar. And where we're seeing that, right along US 43 right now. This is just south of Thomasville, near the Thomasville Medical Center, near the Thomasville High School, the Gulf Coast Community College. There's Springville. There's McWhirr. Now here's Fulton. This is north of Fulton, north of Dickerson, north of Nettleboro, but this is going to continue to work off towards the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. The storm's not moving particularly fast, but still watching this area of concern. Clean some of that off. And I'm going to step off and check with the National Weather Service just to see what the latest update is. And it continues to be Good news is we do have a spotter on the storm, and they said as of right now, the tornado, it's a funnel cloud. It's not on the ground, but again, it doesn't take much for these to touch down. Now, right here, this is where we're going to be looking for the greatest chance for that threat for tornado. It's crossing US 43 as we speak, near the community of Rural. And again, here's Sand Flat Road. That's east or on the west side of 43. Now you're getting over here towards Old Highway 5 that drops down towards the south. There's McWare. Here's going to be Diamond Lane. And then you got Thomasville High School right here. Here's Coastal Alabama Community College, and then Round Hill. And of course, the middle school's right there by the high school. Thomasville Medical Center, a new building essentially just south of Thomasville. And again, downtown Thomasville, you're north of this. Our main concern continues to be down here just across US 43, and it really looks like the greatest area of circulation continues to be this area near the community of Rural. And again, here's US 43, so it looks like that circulation has pushed off towards the east. And again, there is a spotter on this storm as it worked across US 43. He says it is rotating, but he did not see a tornado on the ground, and it's right now just a funnel. So that is some encouraging news for sure, as we hopefully do not have a tornado on the ground. But again, still enough rotation that the Weather Service is going to continue to monitor this for at least the next few minutes. Again, quiet and calm. Coastal Alabama, coastal Florida, southwest Mississippi, or excuse me, southeast Mississippi, but you have a lot more thunderstorms. All these are severe. Golf ball size hail, baseball size hail being reported with these storms. Again, Demopolis over towards Selma, Wetumpka, Montgomery, heavy thunderstorms. And again, our main area of concern, north of Grove Hill. Notice southern Jackson or southern Clark County, you're in the clear. If you're south of US 84, no issues, but our main concern continues to be that area of rotation very near Thomasville as we speak. So again, storms today moving at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. Now, in a few minutes, I'll send you back to programming. This will be passing over into Wilcox County. Wilcox County belongs to the Montgomery television market. Clark County belongs to us in Mobile. So we're going to continue to watch this. And again, if you're in Fulton, back towards Peacock, Dickinson, heavy rainfall, a lot of rain, or a lot of lightning. Let's turn the lightning on, and you show lots of lightning with the thunderstorm. Shows that's an intense thunderstorm, and that's what we're going to continue to watch over the next few minutes as it works out of Clark County over into Wilcox County. If you know anybody in Wilcox County, you may want to give them a heads up. Pine Hill over towards Yellow Bluff. I know the Georgia Pacific or the International Paper Mills right there in Yellow Bluff. Lower Peach Trees over in Wilcox County. And then we work down 43. Here's Grove Hill. Very heavy rainfall around Grove Hill. That's going to be working off towards the east. But again, nothing severe within this part of the line. So that is certainly some good news. Again, I'm going to step off and just see what the National Weather Service is saying. Circulation passing east of 43, south of Thomasville, moving into Wilcox County soon. So that is certainly some good news. So the tornado warning continues until 7 p.m. for Clark and Wilcox County. But again, as this storm gets ready to push over into Wilcox County, we'll be able to get Clark County out of it, and we can get you back to programming. But again, just watching things very carefully. Again, here's US 43, Thomasville down towards Grove Hill. Fulton is right here. This is going to be Sand Flat Road, and then this is Highway 154 where it comes out of Thomasville. Again, working off towards the north and west. I will turn the lightning off, try to clear this up a little bit for you, and we'll put the shear back on, or the shear is what we can look at, and showing you there is rotation, but I really like to use storm relative velocity. Again, that shows us the differing of the winds. And again, very near McWare right now. That's where we're seeing that greatest chance for circulation. So we'll move in a little bit closer, give you a general idea. Tornado warning means tornado certainly possible within this storm. You need to be in your safe place if you're in Clark County, northeastern Clark County. Again, approaching Old Highway 5. Here's Pleasant Hill Road, and that's going to head out towards Pleasant Hill. And again, here is the county line, so that is certainly some good news. We'll get this out of Clark County as it pushes over into Wilcox County. But again, tornado safe place, small interior room, away from windows, away from doors. Can't be in a mobile home during a tornado. Great affordable housing for a lot of people, but it offers no protection from the winds of a tornado or a severe thunderstorm. So we're going to continue to watch this the next couple of minutes, waiting on updates from the National Weather Service. So as we continue throughout the next few minutes, we're going to watch this area of circulation. Again, now completely east of US 43. This is 43 from Thomasville to Fulton down towards Grove Hill. Center of circulation completely east of there now. Again, near Old Highway 5 South and Pleasant Hill Road, and then McWhare is where we're going to be watching this area of concern. Big picture once again, not too concerning for us in southwest Alabama. Northwest Florida, we had some storms earlier. A lot of hail reported across Escambia County, Florida, Escambia County, Alabama, and Santa Rosa County. But that's where we had some severe thunderstorms earlier. But again, main area of concern now, extreme northeastern Clark County. Back towards the west, Coffeyville, this storm came across you near Riverbend. That's where a lot of hail was being reported. And again, don't let your guard down. We got more storms back off towards the west, and all those flashing yellow polygons, those are severe thunderstorm warnings, as these storms could be producing large hail. Again, golf ball size hail been reported. Gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. And again, we are under a tornado threat, so conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes. So we're going to continue to watch this storm over the next few minutes. And again, it is 6:36 on this Sunday evening. Again, severe weather ongoing off towards our north and west, but our main area of concern right now, mainly extreme northeastern Clark County, now to the east of US 43, east of Thomasville, round here on McWhare. And you see the purples and pinks, that's showing you where that largest hail is likely occurring, and that is now moving over into Clark County. And here's the polygon. If you're within that polygon, that's where you got to be in your safe place. So again, we'll turn on the storm relative. And again, still seeing evidence of strong circulation near McWhare. And again, this is getting ready to cross the county line. I'll show you the county line. This is going to be the county line between Wilcox County and Clark County. So as soon as this circulation gets over into Wilcox County, we'll turn that over towards the Montgomery television markets. New update coming in on the radar. Doesn't look as great. This is out in no man's land as far as the radar covers. The radar beam's hitting this storm very high. So what I'll do is I'll turn it back on reflectivity, and that's where we're looking at the rain and thunderstorms associated with this severe thunderstorm capable of producing at least some tornadoes, or a tornado, and again, large hail. And again, Thomasville, you're in the clear from this storm. The sun may be back out in Thomasville. And again, here's US 43 dropping down towards Fulton. And again, there's a spotter on this storm. Reports circulation. Didn't see a tornado on the ground, but it is rotating. And we can see that evidence of rotation on the radar. And again, that's why the National Weather Service continues to report that there is at least the possibility of a tornado. 1 inch hail was reported in Tallahatchie Springs. That's severe quarter-size hail. That's 1 inch. That's what we look for when we're issuing severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, round here to McWhare and off towards the north and west, or excuse me, north and east, Yellow Bluff, Pine Hill, Culpeper, Lower Peachtree. And again, these are over into Wilcox County as this storm continues to rapidly push off towards the north and east. But a track on this, just giving you an idea where that greatest chance for tornadic signature. Again, it's heading towards those cities. Coy within 23 minutes, Shepherd, McMillan, and Culpeper within 10 minutes. So again, this is about to get out of Clark County, and then we'll look back towards the west. There's that Tallahatchie Springs. That's where that large hail was reported. Also back farther towards the west, we've been dealing with those other storms. So we head down towards Grove Hill. Here's Clark Prep. It's raining heavily. Let's turn on the lightning, see the lightning output, see if this storm may be trying to intensify. Right now, it's looking in good shape. You always look towards these southern ends of these thunderstorms. A lot of times they get a lot of the inflow. That's what fuels these thunderstorms. So here's Grove Hill. This area of activity continues to lift off towards the north and east. And again, we're almost got this tornadic storm cleared for Clark County as it continues to push off towards the north and east. Let me pull back the velocity one more time, and it's very broad. And by broad, it's not a tight couplet. That's where you see those really tight colors, bright red and bright green. When they get really close to each other, that shows signs of a likely tornado. But again, you got an area of green and an area of red. There's not a tight circulation in here. It's a very broad circulation. So right now we're seeing that maybe this is not producing a tornado, but still there is a tornado warning until 7 p.m. for Clark County as well as Wilcox County. And again, I imagine the next update, Clark County will be removed from this warning. So just giving you a heads up, in production, we'll be going back to programming in just a minute as soon as we get this warning out of Clark County. But again, here's Thomasville, now completely east of you, east of Round Hill, east of McWare. And again, Nettlesboro, you're not included in this warning. Fulton, Dickinson, Clark Prep down towards Grove Hill and the Grove Hill Airport. Footers Landing, Packers Bend, up in Monroe County, you're in great shape. Again, that's the only storm we're really concerned with. Looking back towards the north and west, if you know anybody across the Black Belt of Alabama, US 80, tremendous amounts of thunderstorm activity over the next few hours. Look at all this lightning. That shows that those storms are very intense, and that's where we're dealing with some of those areas of maybe golf ball size hail, and these will continue to drift off towards the east the next few hours. And we're seeing multiple rounds of storms. We've been dealing with severe weather since early this morning across the state of Alabama, especially for our inland counties. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, hail being the main concern. Had some hail, and we even had a tornado warning for Covington County earlier. But again, our main concern right now is now really shifting from Clark County over into Wilcox County. I'm going to look at the update from the National Weather Service real quick, and we'll go ahead and just see if anything's being reported. Again, no confirmed tornado. That is certainly some good news as we continue to watch this possible tornadic rotation moving into Wilcox County within the next few minutes. Again, lots of lightning. If you're underneath this storm, it's rocking and rolling as far as the amount of thunder it's producing. And again, Choctaw County, Washington County, look back towards your west. Here comes more storms. But you see, these are all becoming a blob, essentially, a big mass of thunderstorms. We actually kind of like that. That's kind of decreasing the tornado threat, but it will increase the overall damaging wind threat. When you have storms like this, not out by themselves, like this one, those individual supercells, those are the ones that a lot of times will produce tornado. We don't like them out by themselves. We like them around these other ones. That means they're all fighting for the same amount of energy that's in the atmosphere, and usually one storm will take over. But anytime you have a storm out here by itself, like this one in Clark County, it has a chance to increase its own, feed off the unimpeded, really, moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. You step outside, it's a very warm day. We've been in the 80s in many locations. But again, a lot of lightning with this storm. So it's still an intense thunderstorm, likely producing hail, likely producing some gusty winds. Again, maybe 40 to 50 miles per hour. Could see gusts as high as 60. And again, still evidence of at least some rotation with this storm as it's getting ready to push out of Clark County and to Wilcox County. And again, I'm gonna go ahead and just check the shear one last time, and I think we can go ahead and give you the all clear, especially west of US 43, Thomasville, Round Hill, down to McWare. Again, here's where that circulation would be. It is now crossing over into Wilcox County, so Culpeper down towards Lower Peach Road. And again, here's Fulton, that's east of 43. You cross 43 on then you head over towards Sand Flat and Spring Hill and Midway. But again, main area of concern now shifting over into Wilcox County. So that will allow us to go back to programming, and we'll get you back to programming. Hopefully we don't have to deal with any more storms the rest of tonight. Again, big picture, quiet and calm. Our counties of Washington, Clark, Monroe, and Conecuh under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. And again, that's where the greatest tornado threat will be as these storms continue to pass by off towards the north and west. Again, tornado warning has now essentially come to an end for Clark County. as that storm is pushing over into Wilcox County over the next few minutes. Again, north of Grove Hill, Jackson, back towards Leroy, McIntosh, you're in great shape. Bay Minette, Crestview, Niceville, Destin, beautiful day on the beach. It is mainly cloudy, got that marine fog working in. There you go, just dropped my clicker. But overall, we are going to be seeing this storm pushing out of the area. And again, if we have any more thunderstorm activity, and of course a tornado warning will break back in. But until then, it's 6:45. I'm NBC 15 meteorologist Ryan Stinnett. Severe weather threat continues to push out of the area.
Given her
14 strikes in there. Let's see. They canceled the Clark County for that. Still got broad rotation. Have they pulled the tornado warning completely? Because they're talking about this. Where are we at? 6:46. So there may be tornado warning has been canceled for Clark County, but the broad rotation in Wilcox County is located south of Pine Hill. So it appears to be strengthening again with large hail threat once again increasing also. All right, so all the things we've been talking about there, Mobile's looking at this as well, and looks like it could be cycling. It had a moment there where it was a little more intense in Clark County, but Clark's out of the warning, I think, and now it's going to be exclusive here for Wilcox County. So I think, Ben, the only thing, the way to look at this is maybe to take that lightning off. It's just tremendous amount of lightning. And maybe we can see this thing approaching. Let's go in there, if we could, on it, and we'll be able to kind of take a look at that a little closer as we get some towns in there as well. I think that storm is now east of Thomasville, but we're going to have this places like Yellow Bluff, Camden definitely included in this. We're going to pick up some other areas. There's Pine Hill just passing through there now, so hopefully everybody's in their safe place. I think we'll even pick up some more places here. We've got Alabama 10 right here that runs between Pine Hill, Yellow Bluff, over toward Camden. You got Pebble Hill also. There's Coy, just passing through Culpeper at the moment, so hopefully everybody remains in their safe place with this storm moving through. And this is more than likely going to be our hail core right in through here. That's about to approach Yellow Bluff, and that will head on eastward, and that's going to head up probably in toward Camden also. So get in your safe place, stay there, ride this storm out as it's moving through there. There, see, it looks like our hail core is intensified just a little bit, hasn't it been? So maybe we've got this thing cycling up a little bit for us right there. And it looks like that'll be crossing over the, got the river right through here as well. So we'll be crossing over that. We'll be passing very close to Coy, in between Yellow Bluff and Coy. This storm, the intensity is going to be passing through your area, so make sure you're remaining in your safe place. All right, so let's go elsewhere and see what we've got. Let's kind of open up the setup here for us. and kind of get a broad view of the whole situation here. We know we just had an intense area of heavy rain coming through our area. Got meteorologist Ben Lang in-house. Also, Kevin Raymer has joined our staff as well. He's here. And also, we've got our friend just up across town. Meteorologist Rich Thomas is also tracking these storms tonight. Rich, looks like we've got one of those setups where it could be a long evening and overnight period.
Yeah, the watch goes till 1 a.m., but I think you and I both expect to be here until tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, it's going to be a busy night. I want to make a few points. You know, they're talking about the hail as large as apples. Well, I had to look that up because I've never heard of that used in the watch message. And that's 2 3/4 inches or larger. So that's a little bit larger than a baseball. And we did have baseball-sized hail this morning in Camp Hill. Well, just about an hour ago, just northeast of Montgomery, we had tennis ball size hail. So hail is going to be a big deal tonight, plus the tornado threat and maybe a couple of strong tornadoes. And I'm sure you've mentioned this. We are lacking one radar now, that the East Alabama radar, which is located at the extreme southern point in Tallapoosa County, is down. It is not broken, it is just down for maintenance for a week. They took it down Friday, terrible timing. But we do have other radars. We have the radar at Birmingham, or in Shelby County. We have the radar at Fort Rucker, EOX. We have the radar in Mobile. So there are plenty of radars around, but we're not going to see the kind of quality that we'd like to see if the East Alabama radar was around. So the National Weather Service in Birmingham has told us they're going to be very liberal about issuing tornado warnings tonight. In other words, if they are on the fence about one storm, whether they issue or not issue a tornado warning, they're going to issue a warning. So I think we're going to see a lot of tornado warnings tonight. It's going to be a busy night, and as I mentioned, there could be a couple of strong tornadoes. But stand by for what could be some prolific hail, and as you're seeing, Shane, a lot of lightning too. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Rich. Appreciate that. We'll be checking back with you later, I'm sure. All right, weather-wise for us, we're still tracking that storm that continues to prompt the tornado warning in Wilcox County. We've got that one moving off toward the east. This is approaching Camden. We've turned off the lightning there because there's a tremendous amount of lightning going on it, and we really can't see the storm structure. It's hard to see it, at least what we're seeing on radar. But that storm's still rotating and still capable of producing a tornado. It was located about 4 miles southwest of Yellow Bluff, or about 11 miles east of Thomasville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. And looks like there might have been a little bit of damage back in through Clark County. Billboards, signs blown down, Highway 43, Clark County and Clark Industrial Road there in Thomasville. So a little bit of damage that we know with some wind damage. Ben's got Greenville pulled up here. We're looking off toward the south and west a little bit, maybe seeing some of that storm activity. That's where we have our camera there in downtown Greenville, right there along Commerce Street. Temperature at 70, south breeze at 3, so quiet there right now, but more than likely that's going to change that storm to the west, and that's moving off north and eastward. So that may pass probably in this direction here. But there'll be more south and westward that we'll be tracking. Look at all these storms. One thing in common, they are producing a tremendous amount of lightning occurring with all of these, and they could be producing some hail in there as well, and probably strong gusty winds embedded in these thunderstorms also. All right, so that's what we have ongoing. What we could do is, if we focus back on this one, Ben, and just to see if we can get ahead of it, we might be able to, if there's any kind of debris signature, we might could catch that beforehand, and that'll kind of give us an idea if anything's really spun up on that. I haven't seen that, and more than likely it doesn't look like we've got anything there. It's just a lot of mess and nothing concrete. So we would be looking for something a little smaller, maybe a little ball on here of a debris signature, but from my vantage point, I don't see it. Ben, do you?
No, I don't, and I guess a good example of those very clear-cut debris signatures would be some of the ones we saw just on Friday night back in Mississippi with what could have been a very long track tornado moving through really the southwestern parts of Mississippi all the way to about the Alabama state line with one of those tornadoes, and very violent tornado, so hopefully we don't see anything like that here tonight.
Yeah, we don't, but the wording here is we're under a moderate risk for strong to severe storms. That is at the 4 level on the storm scale for us, so we're just shy of a high risk. We're at a moderate risk there, and Ben's got that pulled up, and you can see that swath is right through Choctaw County eastward onto central Alabama, and that's pretty much that 80 corridor off toward the south and west, US 43, and down the I-65 corridor. Seems to be where we're going to see the more intense and strongest storms this evening, and so that's kind of how that's setting up for us. And again, you see that is the 4 out of the 5, so we're way up there. We've got a red alert day here, code red day, I should say, that we have initiated for our coverage because we think these storms are going to be intense. Some of these storms, the producing tornadoes, could be intense tornadoes, long trackers, and so that's the possibility as we head through this evening. They'll also produce hail and damaging winds and very heavy rain. We could get rainfall amounts here as much as 2 inches per hour. So there's going to be some soaking rains, and this setup that we're in, we're going to see rain tonight, during part of the day tomorrow, and then I think it may be by Tuesday that we start to see this stuff kind of ease out of here. And then we get a couple of days probably to dry out before our next round of rain later next week. But we can talk about that later. But for now, it looks like we still have the ongoing reports of some debris down there from that storm. Let's see, reports of small debris in and around roads of Highway 43 and looks like Dummy Line Road right there, and Sand Flat Road, and west of the 43 down in Clark County. So that storm has done some damage. So we're watching it, and we've got this storm working through Wilcox County right now, and that's going to be impacting you folks in Camden here very shortly as that's approaching from the south and west. A lot of activity back in through Mississippi as well, eastern Mississippi, and that's heading eastward. We've got Demopolis being impacted by some of these storms. We've got our camera back up in Demopolis, so we'll be able to track some of those and look at them a little closer. So we're excited about that, having the camera back up in Demopolis with our Health Services Camera Network. All right, so just looking around, the overall idea here is for storms to move from the southwest, north, and eastward, and it's just going to be the conveyor belt of these things happening as we head through this evening. A lot of these training through our area, so everybody's going to have to be weather aware. Right now, it looks like we're kind of quiet. We're going to, for the most part, from Greenville, Brantley, Andalusia, Troy, in through Union Springs. Our setup right now, the folks that need to be alert, Demopolis, Marengo County, definitely Perry County, in around Marion, Dallas County, Wilcox County for certain, Autauga, Lowndes, Montgomery, Elmore, and also Tallapoosa County. This is kind of where we're being picked on. Coosa County as well, Chilton also, that we had the morning round of storms, and now we've got this round coming through this evening. All right. What do we got, Ben? Anything new on our tornado warning?
I think our tornado warning, that continues until 7 o'clock officially, so that should be expiring in a couple of hours, but I imagine they're probably going to continue with some sort of downstream warning. I guess that kind of gets into a gray area there, though, because right now that tornado warning is pretty much for the central parts of Wilcox County, and then any further north and east, Dallas County, including the city of Selma, and also Lowndes County, including the city of Lounsboro, Whitehall. Those are both in the Birmingham forecast office, their county warning area. So they would be issuing tornado warnings for those two counties. So we'll see what happens. This storm is continuing towards the east at 35 miles per hour, now working its way into the central parts of Wilcox County. Our active tornado warning here for folks in Wilcox County. We certainly urge you to be in your tornado safe place, certainly anywhere from just to the south and east of Pine Hill. Seems like the worst of the storm is passed to the southeast of Pine Hill now, but certainly points to the south and west of Camden, including the city of Camden. We might be able to pick up some of those additional towns if we take it in a little bit closer here. Just southwest of Camden, where we would suspect there might be a tornado on the ground with this storm, but you can see those bolts on your screen just southwest of Camden mainly. Those are lightning strikes, cloud to ground lightning strikes over the past 15 minutes, so there's a tremendous amount of those. You can see some of the communities here that are included within that tornado warning polygon for Wilcox County. I think we just did have a new tornado warning being issued. Yeah, so this is coming out of the Mobile forecast office. Tornado warning, radar indicated rotation, and also the potential for hail, 1.25 inches, I believe that's ping pong ball size. That'll be for Wilcox County until 7:45 this evening. So we've got this tornado warning extended now for an extra 45 minutes. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles to the south of Yellow Bluff, 11 miles southwest of Camden, and moving east at 35 miles per hour. So this storm about 10-ish miles or so now to the southwest of Camden, and an eastward motion to the storm at about 35. So we can try drawing a track on there. And right now we're looking at reflectivity, so that's showing the intense rainfall activity we've got there in Wilcox County. But let me go to our velocity product. It now seems like that velocity signature is getting a little bit better. And again, that's something that we pointed out as this storm continues a little bit more eastward and eventually northeastward, that it'll be getting closer and closer to the Birmingham radar site. So you're kind of seeing some of those bright blues up against some of those areas of red. So there's certainly some circulation here. Even if that's not a tornado on the ground, that could be wall cloud, mesocyclone there. Circulation in the storm, the part of the storm we would suspect could be producing a tornado. So again, let me draw a track on that. We'll pause this.
The reflectivity still looks very healthy with that. Probably got a lot of hail in it, and the velocity is starting to come in line as it gets closer to that radar beam. So yeah, we've got a storm that's still capable of producing a tornado. There's Camden right there, so that's approaching you folks. You got Pebble Hill also. That storm just passing through Yellow Bluff now, just right between there and Coy. And as it does that, you know, we've got circulation here that could be spawning up a tornado. Definitely some wind damage there that's quite strong with it. So everybody's got to be in your safe place. That's Shawnee and also Pebble Hill being approached by that. I got 701 right now, so this is not stuff you set your watch to, but it kind of gives you an idea of the how close these things will be approaching your area. So around 727 there and around Shawnee. All right, and then there's Pebble Hill, and then you've got Titan off toward the east of that, and it looks like Rosebud also just east of that.
And Camden just to the northeast there of Pebble Hill.
Oh yeah,
so
just hidden underneath there. So there you got
7:15, if not sooner, that tornadic circulation's near Camden.
And it looks like the update on that is the tornado warning for Wilcox County. While the rotation is broad, it's is located very close to the boundary, and could easily help to quickly produce a tornado. So at the very least, damaging winds, large hail is expected, and given the reports that they had back in Thomasville. So kind of going on the history there, that this storm is definitely capable of producing tornado or at least wind damage. All right. So that's our ongoing tornado. Again, Camden, and it looks like this got extended too. So we got a new polygon. So
That's right.
We picked up some new areas there as well. So we got a lot of Alabama 10, and then we've got looks like what's going to be 21. Alabama 21 as well. So that's approaching Camden. Yeah, the circulation continues to look pretty decent there for it. Brandenburg, Pineapple going to be impacted by that. Okay, so get in your safe place, ride this thing out. It is still a storm that is capable of spinning up a tornado. All right, let's look area wide. Kind of anything else that might be threatening across the area.
Before I do that, I do want to put one more lightning query on this, just to see the amounts of lightning this storm's producing here in Wilcox County. It's been over 500 in a 15-minute span before. Still up around that number, between 400 and 500 strikes of lightning every 15 minutes, and that's cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. So this is really going to be making some noise on its way through Wilcox County through 7:45 while this tornado warning's active. Already lighting up the sky, certainly for Camden and points just south and west of that in Wilcox County. So lightning, that is a hazard in any thunderstorm. Doesn't have to be a severe thunderstorm warning, doesn't have to be a tornado warning. Anytime there's thunder, when you hear thunder roar, or when thunder roars, head indoors, because lightning, of course, can be very dangerous as well. Being inside a sturdy building will typically protect you from that, or a vehicle as well. Great way to stay safe from lightning inside of a vehicle. But with an active tornado warning, of course, in Wilcox County, vehicle not the place you want to be. We're hoping that folks in Wilcox County, certainly the central parts of the county, up to about Camden, points east of that, are in a sturdy, well-built building right now, not a manufactured home.
Yeah, let's point that out again. We never can not emphasize that enough, and that is one of those nights. We have a tornado watch in effect, and the wording on that is some of these storms that could spin up some tornadoes could be intense tornadoes. So you want to have a sturdier place to go to tonight and ride these storms out with tornado warnings. You want to be in a safer place, neighbor's house, family, friends, whoever you've already set that up with. Because you live in the deep south. You know, we're going to deal with these things. There's no way. It's This is a seasonal thing for us, which seems like it's expanded, and it starts up in late October and goes all the way to May. But you got to have a place to go and keep your family safe. So think about that. All right. So that tornado warning remains in effect. Did you have something, Ben?
I was going to say, I mean, that's just your classic southeastern supercell thunderstorm right there. It's discrete. It's out on its own. You can just see from the reflectivity product there how it's just kind of circulating around, maybe even starting to right turn a little bit. We're just kind of seeing this storm, I think, mature a little bit and maybe continue to intensify. So we'll definitely have to be keeping a close eye on this one.
Yeah, and on that east movement, if it does, let's give a heads up for parts of Butler County as well, northwestern Butler County. We'll watch that. Forest Home, not included in the polygon, but that storm just west of you folks. And so you got to keep an eye on that. It is approaching. Carlinville, also Braggs may be impacted by that. And this will eventually get up into southern Lowndes County and also western Butler County. So we're watching that storm. It's a tornado warned storm, so we're giving you the heads up there in sections of western Butler County and also southern Lowndes County as well. Pretty intense storms out there, and it looks like we're going to have a long event where these storms are going to be moving through here during the evening and overnight hours. Already getting word of some school delays out there, and you can double check this with your school. I know they send out texts and things like that, but I'm in Elmore County, may be delayed till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That is the Elmore County school system, so keep that in mind. You'll want to double check that with whoever alerts you with that, but that's the word I'm getting here with the delay tomorrow for Elmore County around 9 a.m. Okay, so the overall setup is just look at what we still got to deal with out here toward East Alabama, actually Mississippi, and these are going to move into West Alabama. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings up along that, so that may be just a setup there for us. But any of these, it looks like maybe some isolated ones like we've been tracking here in Wilcox County. These things can spin up some tornadoes. They've got everything to work with on their own. They can just take over the environment there or use what they have full access to it. And so these individual cells are the one we really got to watch. Got a lot of them clustered up here that are producing heavy rain and lightning and also probably some damaging winds, but for right now, our greatest concern is the storm that's moving through Wilcox County at the moment. It continues to prompt a tornado warning, and there is a significant amount of lightning occurring with that storm as well. Okay, let's just start up here if we could, Ben, and work from Tallapoosa County southward, and then we'll come into the Wilcox County storm here very shortly. But we're just looking at storms. These are up toward Chambers County, moved out of Tallapoosa County. And it looks like strong storms just southwest of Alexander City, just passing through Rockford right there along 231, and also the Alabama 22. And got a lot of, looks like a pretty decent cluster of storms on Highway 14s between Wetumpka and Tallahassee. So that's going to move northeastward. You folks up in Burlington, you're going to get some heavy rain. Going to get a lot of lightning there as well approaching you. And that's up around Eclectic as well. So now we're getting into eastern Elmore County. Got a pretty intense storm here that's producing very heavy rain, lightning. And so that'll be along Alabama 14 from Claude over toward Burlington to Tallahassee. Very heavy downpours, gusty winds, and possibly some hail in there as well. So heads up, no severe thunderstorm warning out for it, but that's a pretty intense storm. That's the Redland area as well. So you folks know what I'm talking about. That one's really ramped up and pretty intense at the moment. All right, so we'll go southward, and there you go, Redland Elementary School, passing right over that at the moment. All right, so pull it on a little farther southward. It becomes moderate to heavy rain. Things have settled down here in the city of Montgomery. Got more storms here in through Perry County. Haven't talked much about here, but these are just east of Marion.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Marengo County.
Right there. All right, so just got that storm right there ramped up just west of Linden, and between there and Demopolis along US 43. And so we can watch that one. We may even have a camera view of that. I think Ben's pulling that around, so we may see it. But that's moving from the southwest, kind of north and eastward. That's heading up toward Uniontown. And then, so that's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect there. So that storm probably capable of producing some damage and some hail in there also. So again, that's right there along US 43 between Linden and Demopolis. New severe thunderstorm warning here, and that includes that all heads on up into almost to the Perry County line also. All right, so that's what we have here at the moment. Still keeping an eye on storms southward. You can't help but notice the one. Look at that buzzard right there. Look at this guy. He's just riding that storm out. He's like, it's not even impacting him. I mean, they love this tower, but Ben's got this pointing out there toward that storm along US 43, and that's Demopolis, but he's changing that. But I don't even think the observation's still working there in Demopolis. I've called over there to the local FBO to get that fixed, but we'll see how that goes. But the observation there from Demopolis has been down for a while. If you have more pull over there, call somebody. They usually fix that thing and get it up, but it's down for now, so we don't have the observation coming from the airport there.
Kind of seems like our camera is not quite in the same spot it used to be.
We did move it. We had to move it just a little bit. The camera was down for quite a while. It's just a lightning magnet, and so we tried to move it and do some things to limit that. These are buzzards. They love this tower. But anyway, that's looking off toward the west, all right? Let's go look at, let's go back to Wilcox County. Let's keep an eye on that storm because I don't see a whole lot going on right there, kind of shooting between that anyway. Here's Wilcox County, tremendous amount of lightning ongoing. Let's see, for you folks in Camden, that storm right on you now. So yeah, there you go, Ben. He's got the lightning taken off there because it's got just tremendous amount of lightning ongoing. So you got to be in your safe place right there in Camden. You've got that storm moving through there, and they are, it's pretty, yeah, there's the at least velocity on that. And yeah, you can kind of see the circulation. It's right on the fringes. It seems like we're pulling from Birmingham there, maybe?
Yeah, that's Birmingham.
Yeah. I wonder if there's, yeah, it's just, we're right out there on the fringes of that, but we know our circulation's right in through here, and it may be offset just a little bit. That is definitely between Camden and looks like along Alabama 265. It's going to be passing right through there. So south side of Camden and along Alabama 41, you got to be in your safe place. Let's see if we pull up anybody else right in through there, some landmarks in around Camden. There you go. Pebble Hill, Shawnee is going to be impacted by this storm, and it looks like, what is that, Fatama?
Something like that,
Yeah,
Fatama,
maybe. It's just amazing how some of these little towns pop up that you don't see off and on there, but the software just pulls them up. But you folks right here in Fatama, and also you're looking at Pebble Hill, just passing right there through you. For you, Darlington will be impacted, Watsonville also, and that looks like State Route 265 corridor going to be impacted by this storm. So our circulation is right in through here. A little hard to see, a little messy on the velocity data, but it is there. We see the circulation, and it looks like the Weather Service still maintaining that. Rotation is crossing Highway 41 south of Camden. All right. So here we go, and this is Highway 41. So the circulation right in through here. So I think basically between Pebble Hill and Camden is where maybe and there you go. You can kind of see that. Let's see if we can pull up a CC or debris signature. If we've got anything there, maybe we can stay ahead of that and catch it if we do, but I just don't see it. All right, so nothing showing up on there. And all right, so we'll pull it back. Let's go back into, it looks like it's got a notch on it. When you look at the reflectivity on that, you can see kind of an inflow notch on there. The setup is there. Probably got some intense hail here also. But that's what we're looking at. You get the hook here. And so this storm's going to be here watching. I mean, it's definitely indicative of what could spin up a tornado. So again, we suggest everybody stays in their safe place. That's in Camden. You folks got to be in your, let's say on down the road, Bragg's going to be impacted by that. And that's going to get up in the northwest corner of Butler County as well. So Forest Homes, you folks got to watch that one. It's just west of you, spinning around there. Got a lot of lightning coming your way. Power outages, definitely a possibility with that. So make sure you got multiple ways to receive warnings with this as it comes through. All right, so that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on. What else we got? We got getting a report there of quarter to ping pong ball size hail likely moving near Camden and Wilcox County. Check out that hail tracker, or at least current hail on that. Maybe we can kind of get an idea of what that looks like and where it is and see if the storm's intensifying. There you go. Got a little bit
of a hail core there.
Right there. And so it's matching up. I mean, this is an intense storm. It's all by itself, supercell out there, just kind of meandering along. Our software is suggesting golf ball size hail with that. And so no doubt we've got a severe storm. We're getting reports of ping pong size hail, golf ball, pretty close in there, and size. So that is just south of Camden. And so intense storm here, moving toward that Alabama 265, just south of Camden. It's going to cross over that, and it's going to head on eastward, and that will get it along, it looks like travel along, or mainly just south of Alabama 28, and cross over Alabama 21 as well, and maybe very close to Pineapple or just to the north of Pineapple. So that's the hail content with the tracker there. What else we got? All right, so I still look like the reflectivity still looks like a pretty decent signature with that storm. It's just going to live and breathe out there on its own with the environment, because it's not competing with anything. Everything north of there is kind of training, and those are behaving as severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly north of there. But we'll need to keep an eye on that one just south of Demopolis and right there between Linden and Demopolis.
It's got a pretty good storm structure on it too.
There it goes. Just triggered.
Tornado warning, yeah.
Yeah, so I was looking at that. That looked like that was trying to get together. So what do we got? The reading on that is going to be, that's coming out of Birmingham. I don't have them pulled. Let's see. Let me see if I can get that. I'll try to pull that up real quick. That's going to be a tornado warning there for, actually I can just do this on my iPad.
Now I can get the particulars. Hold on. Radar indicated rotation for Hale and Marengo counties until 8:15 this evening. So this tornado warning is going to go on unless it's canceled early for almost an hour from now. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Chickasaw State Park near Linden, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
All right, so a new tornado warning there. Seek shelter, and that's going to be for you folks right there south of Demopolis. It's going to be heading up toward just north of Linden. It looks like that's where our circulation is. And so this is going to be areas along US 43, and then we'll probably pick up some more. That'll eventually come up toward US 80 between Uniontown and Demopolis, but it's kind of right out here. There's Dayton. We may pick up some other communities. There you go, Old Spring Hill, Prairieville. You'll be in Providence, just passed right over that, or very close. Kind of we're looking at a broader circulation, but definitely the reflectivity. I just looked at it. It's got a hook on it, and probably got some hail in there as well.
Speaking of hook, there's Pinhook, located to the west of Providence, which was one location actually hit by one of the stronger tornadoes back on April 27th of 2011. An EF2 tornado moved through there.
All right, yeah, and so right now this is where we're over Marengo County. Got a storm here that is capable of producing a tornado, and a tornado warning has been issued for that. And that storm moving off toward the east at about 35 miles per hour. And we're looking at that storm. So we got 2 active tornado warnings at the moment. We still have our Wilcox County storm, and that is passing just south of Camden. And now we have this new storm that's capable of producing a tornado right there over Providence, just passed through Pinhook. And now we're going to be impacted places like Old Spring Hill, Fonsdale, and we're looking at the US 80 corridor. So if you live from Prairieville, Fonsdale, on over toward Uniontown, you need to be in your safe place. The storm's approaching and moving toward the east at about 40 miles per hour. So there's Galleon, there's Prairieville, we've got 739, 742, all right? And we're sitting here at 718. So everybody get in your safe place as that storm is moving through there. As it works through our area. All right, so that is the impact at the moment. All right, Ben, what about the storm down in Wilcox County?
Yeah, let's take another look at that because, I mean, structure-wise, let me go back to reflectivity as well. So the structure of this storm here in northern Marengo County is certainly improving. You can see that even better once I put on the nearest radar site only. Certainly has a little hook effect there. Lightning seems to be increasing. Maybe the storm has even kind of turned towards the right a little bit as well, kind of splitting off from some of that activity that it was connected to, I suppose, for lack of a better term, in Sumter County. So kind of right turning, becoming a bit more discreet, but you compare that storm in northern Marengo County to what we're dealing with in Wilcox County, and you can just kind of see the difference in intensity there. The Wilcox County storm, much larger, very impressive storm structure, and just producing a tremendous amount of lightning as well. That storm's still moving towards the east or just north of east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour in Wilcox County. And lightning, that has certainly been a risk with any of the thunderstorms we've had moving across our area anytime since about late last night. And wow, look at that, just in that little box that I drew around Wilcox County. Over 600, close to 700 strikes of lightning just within the last 15 minutes, and that's cloud to ground lightning strikes there, so a tremendous amount of lightning.
Wow, look at that, over 600, approaching 700.
Yeah, and let me turn lightning off, and then we can go back to the nearest reflectivity side as well, so you can just kind of see the storm structure on this. I mean, it's impressive.
All right, so we've got two storms out there that are capable of producing tornadoes. We've had damage backing through Clark County, although it hasn't been, seems like, significant back around Thomasville, but some things blown around, some trees blown down. But that storm now moving through Wilcox County and around Camden, Pineapple, heading eastward. That storm's also looks like some of that will get up into the southern half of Dallas County and then eventually into western Lowndes and probably northwestern Butler County as well. So a heads up for you folks in these areas as the storm is moving through there. And then the other storm of concern is also the new tornado warning that we have for Marengo County, and that heads northward. And that's going to be passing just south of Demopolis. So Demopolis not included in the polygon, but that's south of you from Linden, but it looks like over toward Uniontown will be impacted by that storm. And again, this is radar indicated storm capable of producing a tornado. So a couple of these, two on the map now that are going to be capable of producing tornadoes. So that's the setup for us, as we have the tornado watch in effect for pretty much our entire area until 1 a.m. So numerous storms are going to be moving through here that will be tracking from the southwest, north, and eastward. All right, so that's kind of the setup here for us. Main threats, definitely the city of Camden here, and then also places in southern Dallas County and eastern Wilcox County here very shortly with those storms. Oh, there's your there is your setup or your actually velocity on that, and it looks like we've got
it's a rotating thunderstorm.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Maybe what you would see is a little broader, but we're still way out here with the beam. It's shooting way up into the sky, but if these were a little bit closer together, but there's broad rotation in there, but enough to where this thing's been rotating, and so a tornado warning remains in effect with that as it works through eastern Wilcox County. All right, so on that's going to take it up and come back down. That'll be
getting ready to cross Alabama 265.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There's some pretty decent sized hail falling in around Camden right now. Looks like the core of that is you're going to be on the hail side of that, and yeah, there you go, from Pebble Hill up toward, and that's golf ball size hail. So that's pretty large. Severe hail is, when that starts, it's 1 inch in diameter. So you're getting up there, golf ball size hail, so that's some pretty large hail coming down with that thunderstorm as it's moving through there. All right, so it's a hail producer, also could produce some damaging winds, maybe tornadic situation there as well. So looks like Pebble Hill, you get folks still in your safe place, Shawnee, Darlington, that storm's approaching, and it's kind of got that southwest to northeast movement there a little bit. So anywhere along Alabama 265 and also Alabama 10 is going to be crossing right through there. Just to the east of Camden is where our circulation is, but heavy, probably some hail in there occurring right there in the Camden area. Okay, so we've got the two storms, and we'll just bounce back between both of those. We'll take a look at the Marengo County storm. It continues to be a threat. It's producing a tornado warning there for it as well. And we can look at that. That's just passing south of Demopolis, and that's going to be crossing over US 80 here very shortly, right there at 25, Alabama 25. So just passing through Old Spring now, and there's Providence. So looks like the tail end here where we would have our circulation is going to be right in through here between Providence and Old Spring Hill, right there along US 43. So if you live in these areas, hopefully you're still in your safe place. that storm is capable of producing a tornado. Okay, let's see what else we've got here as just looking for some other circulations. There's some other circulations north of here. Those are on up toward Moundville, just outside of our area. But we got a lot of stuff coming out of Mississippi that's going to be marching eastward. So that'll extend this, this coverage for quite a while, Ben.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, actually. I'll pull it out to a statewide view. We're still looking at velocity here, so let me go over to our SATRAD loop. And we can see all that activity. Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of it. We're going back the last 6 hours here, so let's just do the last 1 or 2 hours or so and just kind of see how this activity is kind of evolving towards the east. And I know a lot of the higher resolution models that we've been looking at have kind of ultimately congealed a lot of this rain and storm activity marching out of Mississippi and into Alabama during the course of the evening, and maybe even parts of the overnight hours tonight beyond midnight into one big cluster of storms. And so ultimately, while we have some of these more individual storms ongoing right now, we might just see these storms kind of congeal into one big cluster that might produce more widespread damaging straight line winds across our area. So that's going to be a threat as well. Of course, you don't need tornadic winds to cause some damage anytime you get one of these more significant severe weather setups like we've got today, where through tonight we've got a moderate level 4 out of 5 severe risk in west central Alabama, at least eastward to about Interstate 65. You get into severe weather setups like that, and these storms are often capable of producing straight line winds well above 60 miles per hour, sometimes 70, 80, even 90 miles per hour. I do recall one time back in 2020 or so down in Pike County, Troy, had a straight line wind event there where the severe thunderstorm warning particulars were for straight line winds of around 95 miles per hour. That was either the Easter Sunday or Palm Sunday events back in 2020. So yeah, sometimes these straight line winds can be very destructive as well, and so that could be something that we're looking out for later on this evening and overnight tonight, as some of these big time thunderstorms now working pretty much to the Mississippi-Alabama state line near Meridian, Mississippi. You can see it on the map there. They continue to work eastward, congeal into a big cluster, and could produce some strong straight line winds.
All right, so 2 tornado warnings active, and we're looking at basically Marengo County. We got a storm there, and we also have the one in Wilcox County. That Wilcox County storm, the strongest circulation is just southeast of Camden and crossing over Highway 10 near or east of Highway 28 split. All right, so if that rings a bell with you, you need to be in your safe place as that storm is cruising through there. The reflectivity looks like some things got a little messy there, but the circulation seems to be still there with this storm. And then there's your 2 tornado warnings that are impacted here, or at least kind of on their own. These are some supercells moving from the kind of the south and west off toward the east, maybe a little bit of a northeast jog to that as well. And both of these are radar indicated, capable of producing tornadoes. And it looks like with all this lightning that's occurring with these storms, they're going to be capable of producing power outages. So everybody needs to make sure you got your phones charged up and flashlight and some things, you know, with tornado warnings, and if these things do spin up tornadoes, other things that you got to have is you got to know where you're going to go, safe places, and that is the lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside as possible, a hallway, a bathroom in the hallway, even there, you know, with the tornado type situations, especially these intense ones. Helmets are best to have on, football helmets, bike helmets, those help. We've you know, back in the old days, nobody really talked about that kind of stuff, but you got to think head injuries are a big problem when it comes to when tornadoes are occurring and damage is occurring. And so you got to protect your head and your feet. So make sure everybody has good shoes on. If you're in one of these polygons, you make sure that you're all geared up and ready for that as the storm comes through your area. Because with debris and damage and things like that, you don't want to be in your house shoes. You want to be in good shoes that you could walk out the front door even if that's possible. All right, so there's our circulation right there, and that is just southeast of Camden. There's Shawnee. And then that's heading over toward Darlington, Rosebud. You folks got to be in your safe place. You've got a circulating storm here that is capable of producing a tornado. It's had a long life here. This thing goes way back into southwest Alabama. It's done some damage back in around Clark County, and now the circulation is still ongoing. and that looks like it's just going to carry it eastward right there along Alabama 28 and 10, and then you've got 21 there as well, okay? And this is getting into eastern Wilcox County. All right, so that's kind of the setup there for us. All right, so we got meteorologist Ben Lang here. We got Kevin Raymer joined our staff. This is kind of his first weekend here. He's off camera here, but he is mic'd up. Kevin, is your microphone hot? It's not okay. We don't have you mic'd up yet or anything. Okay, so we'll get that on in a little bit. But he's with us as well, and he'll be joining us for weekends and various other things here on our staff. So we'll check in with him in just a little bit. He's monitoring the situation off camera as well. So we got the team here, Ben, myself, and Kevin. All right, so let's look at it from a broader perspective, unless you see something else there, Ben. I mean,
there is a new severe thunderstorm warning now, so that was something I was curious about what the Birmingham forecast office was going to do. But we've now got for southwestern Lowndes County and southern Dallas County, it's a new severe thunderstorm warning that'll go until 8:30 this evening, so for another hour here, as that powerful storm in Wilcox County continues northeastward into those areas, capable of straight-line winds up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to quarter size. So I guess the good news here is that Birmingham has opted for a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning.
So you see what's happening there is, as Ben's pointed out, we've got two weather offices here. One's handing off this storm to another. And so Mobile has this as a tornado warning, but Birmingham's looking at this storm going, okay, it's going to come into our counties, and we're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning with it. We don't see the criteria just there as that moves into our counties that we keep a tornado warning going. But it is a rotating storm. So, and the thing is, you know, there is always the small print that says, yes, we can update that. And sometimes within severe thunderstorm warnings, there's usually some small print in there. Severe thunderstorms can sometimes spin up and produce a tornado, even though you've got a severe thunderstorm warning there, not a tornado warning. So, but anyway, bottom line here is we got a rotating storm that's going to come up into southern. Looks like we've got this Lowndes County, southern Dallas County, and that will head up toward Braggs. All right, so it looks like it's rotating there. If I look at that, I think that's going to pass a little farther northwest of Forest Homes, at least that circulation. So that will pretty much bypass at least most of that northwestern Butler County. That'll head on up toward, looks like Harlowville will be impacted by that. And that's going to be on up toward State Route 89. Do you get a new one?
Yeah, that's just a continuation of the tornado warning or an update to the polygon for Wilcox County there. You can see it flashing right there behind you. It's just updating that polygon to kind of trim off the back edge. So Camden, good news for Camden, at least western parts of town, just southeast of Camden locations there, still included in that tornado warning polygon, but the tornadic circulation here starting to pass to the east of Camden.
All right, let's look at our Marengo County storm. Looking at the velocity on that one, and it looks a little messy. But
looks that way to me.
Even on the reflectivity, it looks a little messy as well. So not as impressive from the look of that. Are we looking at that from Birmingham?
We are.
All right, so that storm passed well south and east of Demopolis, so no factor for you folks. That is, looks like places like Fonsdale, Uniontown, kind of west of you, but it will cross over the US 80 corridor, and it looks like it's doing that right now. So this circulation, what there is of it, is going to be east of Demopolis along the US 80 corridor over toward Uniontown, and then this will head on up. It looks like Alabama 25 up toward Newbern will be impacted by this storm. So giving you folks a heads up, looks like it passed just north of Dayton, and it's going to be more closely right over that US 80 corridor there in Marengo County, and then that heads on up and toward, let's say, Perry County here very shortly. All right, so let's look at the broader picture. What else we got, Ben? Let's go back to reflectivity if we could.
There's now an active severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa County, eastern Coosa County, so that storm's getting pretty close to the Tallapoosa County line. Alexander City may be in the path of that storm.
Let's go up there and take a look at it, see if it's a hailer, more than likely, on that. So there you go, just passed through Rockford at the moment. And yeah, still ongoing there at Rockford at 231. And then Goodwater, there's Highway 9 right there. and then a lot of that activity passing through Alexander City. So the warning doesn't cover Alexander City, but pretty intense lightning there just to the west of town, and looks like a pretty intense areas of storms. A lot of these storms out there. There you go. There's a little bit of a hell core with that, just east of Rockford, between there and Alexander City. That's Alabama 22 that runs right through there. So a little bit of walnut-sized hail that's occurring there. And that storm peaked. It looked like it was a little more intense just south of Rockford, and then it's kind of weakened a little bit, so it's played itself out.
Lots of hail cores, though, moving across our area, and they really have been since late last night. I know you were here overnight, Shane, and tracking a lot of those storms. I woke up to see, I don't know, 50 texts from the NWS alert about severe thunderstorm warnings overnight tonight. Just tremendous hail producers, and it seemed like I know when I was going to bed around 2, 3 in the morning, we just had one of those hail producing storms after another up around Tallapoosa County, the Lake Martin area. Just some very large hail being produced by some of these storms, and you can see it from an area-wide perspective, how we've got all these little white to blue to almost purple splotches just kind of working across our area, just individual hail cores from all of these storms. And of course, you can see those individual storms on reflectivity here as well. Besides potentially producing some small to large size hail, they are producing tremendous amounts of lightning. And of course, we've been pointing it out because it's what triggered our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage here. It's that supercell thunderstorm, discrete, in eastern Wilcox County now. That one has just continued to really produce a tremendous amount of lightning. We'll take a closer look at that, and we can draw a little box around it as well and put a lightning counter on that. At one point, I know we did it maybe 15 to 20 minutes ago, but when we put on a lightning box on it, it was producing, I think, close to 700 strikes of lightning every 15 minutes or so, still up around 400. So prolific lightning producer here still, and potentially tornadic supercell here as well. It certainly has the structure, discrete supercell thunderstorm, high precipitation rather, supercell here. Classic shape to it, where it's just kind of this big, large blob, and then on the tail end of it now, which would be just towards the south and east of Camden, that's often the tornadic part of these types of storms, and it certainly has had a pretty significant velocity signature on it the last recent few scans, and I think that is sweeping velocity here. That seems to be a strange little radar artifact there. So if we take it back just a little bit, let me actually loop this a little bit. Little radar artifact there at the end, but you can kind of see it earlier on in that lapse. Certainly as it passed just to the south and southeast and ultimately east of Camden, just a little area that's just kind of circulating around in there. So that's the area that we're going to have to continue to watch. But as I draw our severe polygons here, you can see this active tornado warning that continues for northeastern Wilcox County. That's until 7:45 this evening. So that warning only goes for another 8 minutes, and probably by about 7:45, this circulating part of the storm here is going to be working across Alabama 21 and then likely into southeastern Dallas County. So you can see there where the National Weather Service office in Birmingham has drawn that yellow to orange polygon. That indicates a severe thunderstorm warning. This storm is still capable of producing hail, maybe quarter size, 1 inch diameter size or larger, as it works into southern Dallas County, maybe straight line wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour as well. So certainly a very impressive storm. We'll look at it again on reflectivity. Lightning is activated. Wow. Again, yeah, producing tons and tons of that.
Yeah, no doubt. Tons.
New tornado warning for Choctaw County, Alabama, southwestern Alabama.
All right, so yeah, these storms going to keep coming at us from the south and west. There you go, just outside of our area, but that's
embedded in that huge cluster there.
Yeah. And that may be what we get into. You just kind of see what might be happening there. Is might be getting a kind of this line. Look how that all kind of congealed right there as it got into Alabama. And then all of a sudden you get spin-ups inside of that. And that's what can happen a lot of times. You get these pushing lines, squall line type events. They kind of merge. And then within that, you get a spin-up tornado. So that was the possibility as well. Some discrete cells, which we're watching, a couple of those, and then the ones that develop along the line as well. So that's kind of the setup for us now. Tornado warning for Choctaw County, strengthening circulation near Melbourne. All right, so we're watching that. Let's go back out. Let's kind of set the overall view here in the picture as we're on all of our coverage here on CBS 8 and ABC 32, and also on the CW here. We've got our coverage ongoing. severe weather event here tonight where we're going to be dealing with storms that are going to be moving through our area. Some of these strong to severe, maybe even tornadic. We're seeing evidence of that. The verbiage was maybe some intense tornadoes. We haven't seen that verified just yet. Let's hope not, but the potential is there. We're now in that window of where it is dark, and so we were expecting these storms to kind of intensify a little bit. And yes, we are seeing that. We've had these two lone cells, the Wilcox tornado storm, tornadic warning storm, and also the Marengo County storm, which now it looks like they've downgraded that to just a severe thunderstorm warning, Ben?
Looks that way, yeah. No longer seeing a tornado warning there.
Yeah.
They canceled it at 7:36, so about 4 minutes ago.
Okay, all right. So we caught up with that one. And so all this activity moving from west to east, and so it's just going to be a long night of watching these storms and keeping an eye on them. Meteorologist Rich Thomas over in the Blue Water Studios is watching these storms with us as well. Rich, you got any new updates from your vantage point?
Well, we do have one tornado warning left in West Alabama. That's the Choctaw, and we do have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. It is this warned storm, though, that is affecting Dallas and Lowndes County that has to be watched farther down the line. For instance, the next county over would be Montgomery County. So if you live here in the metro, we'll be watching that very carefully because this supercell thunderstorm has had a history of very large hail and also occasional spin-ups. Right now, there's no circulation that is particularly worrisome. By the way, if you are in an area where there is no storm right now and you want to protect your car, maybe you have a garage or some sort of eave or something to put your car under tonight, that might be a good idea because we're going to have several storms with several reports of large hail tonight. So it might be, if you can, without getting out in the storm. And by the way, be ready to go into your safe place tonight. We always talk about helmets. Helmets are a good thing. Wear shoes when you go to your safe place. So be ready, and we're going to be here. It's going to be a long-term event and go for the rest of the night. But once again, 1 tornado warning at the moment, and it's a large one, and 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Pretty busy so far, Shane.
Appreciate that, Rich. Ben, if we could only get Rich to put that helmet on there and demonstrate how that works out, maybe we'll try.
I might be inclined to pay money to see that.
We'll try that next time. But it is a good idea. That is good advice, as Rich was showing. Baseball helmets, football helmets, put the chin strap on there and you're good to go. Get the kids in those. It's just, we live in a part of the country where, you got to take precautions like that and protect your family best you can. And putting helmets on and good shoes and following your tips, or at least a safety plan. And again, we always point out basements are best, but not everybody has one. So lowest floor of your home, between as far away from windows as possible, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And manufactured homes, not a good idea to be in those tonight with these storms moving through. It's nighttime event, and so these storms can spin up quickly, and you want to be in a sturdier place, safer place tonight. All right. So what do we got here? Ben's got Futurecast pulled up. Looking at trying to see what's going ahead, Ben?
Yeah, just kind of how these storms are expected to ultimately form into a big cluster. One thing I'm also doing here is adjusting the data time a little bit so we can get a good view of this. So that'll be ending that, sending that to custom plus 3 days. And there we go. That should work. All right, so we're taking it from about 6 o'clock this evening. I think that Futurecast picked up pretty well, and now we're tracking almost in real time. Yeah, this is very close, I think, to what we're watching happening here. You can see that big congealing cluster here in the western parts of Alabama, and we can see how that's going to gradually be pushing eastward towards about Interstate 65 by about maybe 9, 10, 11 o'clock this evening. And again, these storms might be very intense at that time as they're crossing over Interstate 65, capable of straight line wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. At least line-embedded tornadoes, but maybe some stronger tornadic circulations as well, where you get some cases of EF2 or greater strength tornadoes. That's not out of the question through this evening. And also these storms could continue to produce large hail as well. So this big cluster of storms continues eastward. We're likely still dealing with maybe strong and severe storms through midnight tonight. And then we're going beyond midnight and certainly locations along and maybe to the north of Highway 80 still dealing with storms. These again could still be producing straight line winds, large hail, embedded tornadoes, and here we are 4 or 5 o'clock Monday morning. We've still got storms that might be strong to severe working across some of our northern communities. And maybe, I think this is going to be kind of as that front is finally starting to work southward through our area. So we might see a little line of storms develop here early Monday morning. At least a low-end severe risk still with these, even as they push into the southeastern part of the state, midday, early Monday afternoon. So, I mean, this could just continue to be an ongoing severe threat here, not only for the rest of Sunday evening, but for Sunday nights, Monday morning, and possibly even early Monday afternoon. Of course, Futurecast here is still showing around 2, 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. We've still got some storms tracking across Covington County. It's something that we joke about sometimes, but the Covington County curse. Covington County just seems to be notorious for spawning tornadic storms, or we get a tornado warning issued for Covington County. So that could be something that we're watching all the way through Monday afternoon before these storms finally push to our south. We could be looking at some very warm temperatures around 6 o'clock Monday evening, still maybe in the lower 70s for a lot of locations, or even mid and upper 70s is what Futurecast was showing there. Although we do expect temperatures to ultimately cool down a bit as we head into Tuesday, and there's actually a chance that we see a little bit more rain and storm activity, at least through early Tuesday morning, then we start to see our forecast dry out a bit on Wednesday. But even right now, we're still finding plenty of active, strong to severe storms, and as Futurecast was showing around 7 to 8 o'clock this evening, there's your big cluster of storms just kind of congealing, embedded tornadoes possible within that, but just an unbelievable amount of lightning really with those storms. And so that's going to certainly be a hazard. You will definitely be hearing these storms come through your area, certainly in western Alabama, where we have that greatest potential for strong and severe storms this evening, where these storms are probably still going to be producing a tremendous amount of lightning, strong straight line winds, and maybe some embedded tornadoes as well. In fact, these storms are producing so much lightning, it's just kind of hard to see the actual storm structures as these continue to track off towards the east. Certainly still looking at that one very impressive cell, which still has, I believe, an active tornado warning.
It looks like, yeah, it looks like
they redrew it a little bit.
Yeah, they did. Mobile is determined to keep that as a tornado warning, whereas that storm here in southern Dallas and also sections of it's going to be western Lowndes County. That's Birmingham showing that as a severe thunderstorm warning as it comes into their coverage area. So, and when you look at the reflectivity there, that's kind of how it looks like it plays out a little bit. But Mobile's still keeping that on the end of a tornado warning for us. Okay.
That's until 8 o'clock this evening now, so that'll go for another 13 minutes.
Yeah. All right. So. We'll continue to track that one across the area as it moves off toward the north and east a bit. And we'll watch that closely with it moving through there. All right, so again, you folks there in the eastern half of it looks like northeastern Wilcox County. And did Birmingham extend that a little bit? Looks like over toward the west a little bit more and through Lowndes County, maybe.
You're talking about the severe thunderstorm warning?
Severe thunderstorm warning, yeah. So that that's going to include Braggs, and that's going to get up toward US 80 also as you head into Lowndes County here. So here's our cluster of a storm. Bottom line here, very heavy rain producer, a lot of lightning in there as well, and maybe some damaging winds, the potential for that also. Okay, and so that's kind of what we have set up there in southern Dallas County as well. All right, severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see, so with the exception of that one, as soon as that gets out of Wilcox County, that it'll be into a severe thunderstorm warning. We have other storms. Look at all that back there toward Demopolis and toward Butler. I mean, that is a tremendous amount of lightning that's occurring with those storms.
And we've still got that active severe, or rather tornado warning for the northern parts of Choctaw County as well. So that's something we're going to have to watch out for as well. Maybe some of those line-embedded tornadic circulations.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of scanning elsewhere. It looks like most of the activity in our east from Tallapoosa County. Haven't called out like Bullock and Macon County that much, but you folks got some storms there. They're producing lightning, but they haven't, doesn't look severe. It looks like going to make a lot of noise. Some heavy downpours there for you. And that'll be places like Tuskegee, also Shorter, impacted. And then Elmore County at the moment looks like things kind of settled down, just moderate to heavy rain, kind of a messy night. And then here you go into Chilton County, some storms producing lightning. Coosa County, definitely a lot of noise ongoing here. We're taking the lightning on and off because it covers up the screen so much we can't see the reflectivity of the actual intensity of these storms. So we know they're creating lightning, so that's on there. But storms anywhere from Chilton County back through Perry and in toward, let's say, Marengo County and western Dallas County. So they're out there, very heavy rain producers, and so far it looks like we're kind of avoiding anything that's very intense. I mean, there's some circulation out there, but we're not talking about anything like the animal they had back in Mississippi. What was that, Friday night?
Yes, Friday nights. And I think
unbelievable.
What is it? Something Fork, that community. I think that tornado was rated an EF4 there, so a violent tornado. And certainly we hope nothing like that happens in our viewing area tonight. If there was any storm that was going to produce something like that, it probably would have been the discrete supercell that we are still tracking now in the extreme northeastern parts of Wilcox and now southern Dallas County. So it's going to be one of those individual discrete supercell thunderstorms we're going to have to keep a close eye on. Of course, we had one of those back on January 12th that tracked through Dallas County, and that ultimately produced a strong EF2 tornado there, and then went on to produce an 80-mile tornado track from Autauga to northwestern Elmore, southern Coosa, Tallapoosa, and Chambers County, and that tornado was rated an EF3, certainly for the northeastern parts of Autauga County near Marbury and the Posey's Crossroads communities, where that tornado produced some fatalities, I think due to some folks staying in a manufactured home. So that was a very intense tornado, but similar setup where it was a discrete supercell thunderstorm like this. So certainly in a weather setup like we've got today, we keep a close eye on the radar, as there are a lot of ingredients in the atmosphere favoring the potential for some stronger tornadoes this evening and even into overnight tonight.
All right, we don't have him on camera, but we do have him mic'd up. Kevin Raymer, you on there? Let's hear it.
Yes, I am.
There you are. Okay, so we're welcoming Kevin Raymer to our storm coverage as well. He grew up here, Prattville, right, Kevin?
Yeah, well, born and raised in Montgomery, grew up in Prattville, and traveled around the country doing TV weather for a few decades, and I'm back.
All right, good deal. Yep, that's right. I remember Kevin when back in the early days at the Weather Channel. So, Kevin, we'll put you in front of the key there at least. That way everybody can see.
Well,
we've
you know, since you have me up,
maybe on the air.
Is there a way to punch up?
You can work that storm right there, so we'll let you. But there's Kevin, and we want to welcome him to our staff. He'll be helping us with severe weather and over on the weekends as well. So welcome aboard, Kevin.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, you can see those the cluster of thunderstorms coming out of west central Alabama, starting around the Meridian, Mississippi area, moving on over toward Butler and heading on up toward Demopolis. And again, that tornado warning off to the east of Camden there in Wilcox County. We'll keep a close eye on that as it continues to seem to hold together as it starts to approach areas just off to the southwest of the Montgomery, Alabama area. Still some pretty good thunderstorms around Clanton, Reeltown High School area up near Alex City. Some heavy thunderstorms went through there about 7:26. Now you see some storms up around the Alex City area right now as well, and a few thunderstorms around Auburn. Again, the potential is here for moderate risk of severe thunderstorms all night long tonight. Category 5 being the highest risk category. Category 1, of course, the lowest, and we're at a 4, a moderate risk. So we could possibly see some intense tornadoes. So again, as Shane was telling you, make sure you know where your safe place is and get into an interior hallway, lowest floor if you don't have a basement, if you're in the path of one of these intense thunderstorms or tornadoes. Shane, is it possible to switch over to my, I've got some hail tracks I'd like to show on Max 2, if we could do that.
Yeah, we'll get it for you. There you go.
Thank you so much. I tracked some of these hail tracks we've had tonight, and it's pretty impressive. Some of these hail tracks are quite long. Just off to the northwest of Auburn, a hail track 35 miles long, another track of just hail reports 10 miles long near the Alex City area. And just south of Demopolis, there a 14-mile track, and over toward Camden, where the tornado warning's in effect, we're talking about a 27-mile stretch of hail being reported. And some of that hail on up toward north of Auburn, hen egg size, or egg size hail. So some pretty heavy hail there as well. We can go back to the radar again real quickly if you want, and can possibly zoom out a little bit, and we'll show you what's going on a little bit farther off to the north too. As we.
Yeah, I'll jump on it, but
okay.
Ben may be able to work it. All right, so yeah, it's one of those nights where storms training over the same area is going to be active for us, with these coming out of western Alabama and advancing eastward. So we're all here. We got it staffed. We got Rich as well, and the thing is you have a connection to Rich as well. We all kind of spent a tour of duty together at one point. And so,
Rich Thomas and I worked together many years ago at a local station here, and it's good to be reunited. I just talked to him on the phone a couple of days ago. But again, these storms are moving off in an east-northeasterly direction, so we can expect more of this action over here west central Mississippi to push on up, possibly on up into Clanton and the Alex City area.
All right,
So
appreciate it, Kevin. Yeah,
we'll
go back at it. We've as we continue coverage here, and we'll get back up to speed here on what we've got. Still have active, looks like tornado warning that we continue for Wilcox County, but it looks like most of that storm has actually moved out of there, and that is mainly in through southern Dallas County. So when is the expiration on that, Ben?
That was 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. So we got 5 more minutes. They may just leave that in there unless they let that drop out. And it looks like we'll kind of continue that. All right, so that storm, at least what I would think would be the more intense, is now mainly in through Dallas County. And that is our one tornado warning, keeping us going here with the extended coverage. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings elsewhere. So once we get that to expire there, maybe we get a chance to take a little bit of a break here. We do still have intense storms working through our area, but typically we like to stay wall to wall when we have active tornado warnings. But if we don't have one active here, we may take a break here, recharge our batteries just a little bit, but continue to monitor this off air. We do have that storm back in Choctaw County that we know that's going to be working in toward Marengo County shortly, but will it be tornadic when it works in there? So we'll kind of see how that plays out. All right, and so that's kind of the setup we have ongoing at the moment. And let's southward to Monroeville, to Andalusia, to Brantley, to Troy. Very quiet here. It looks like so far the boundary is kind of set up to be farther toward your north, and so that's where our risk is going to be for the stronger to severe storms as we head on through the next several hours. And now it looks like what we're getting here in West Alabama is more of a kind of a squall line here, and that's going to be bowing out a little bit. And so that'll be pushing some winds through Demopolis. We're watching that off air. We've got our camera there looking into those storms. So I see a lot of lightning ongoing with that. But we may sometimes you can get an embedded spin up tornado in there as well. So that may generally be a threat there for us. But if that's the setup here for us, we may see where this begins to push eastward, and then that will have more of a elongated impact for county-wide areas to have wind and rain coming through there. You got lightning turned off there, but let's see what lightning looks like on all that. It's probably lit up pretty well, I think, with a lot of the activity that's going on there with that. Yeah, there you go. So a tremendous amount of lightning. Power outages more than likely a concern there with this tonight. So don't be surprised if you lose power, because a lot of these storms are electrically charged, and that can be an issue. All right, so we'll take that off. That way we can see these things moving a little more. Still got any kind of circulation here with that one, Ben, that's coming up out of Wilcox County, a little bit up there.
Looks worse than it was while it was in Wilcox County.
Yeah, you had a pretty good circulation ongoing, and then it gets up in here, and then it just kind of opens up a little bit. So we're seeing that just in around Carlinville, and there's Gordonsville right here. So that's west of there and through Lowndes County. This is southeastern Dallas County, and so that continues to move off north and eastward. All right, so it's there, but I think that storm has pretty much moved out of Wilcox County, and that warning will, I guess, officially expire here in like 1 minute.
Within the next minute, yep.
Yeah, and so that will take out any active tornado warnings for us here very shortly. So I think with that being said, unless we see something that might be forthcoming with a warning there in West Alabama. And do you see anything there, Ben?
There is the active tornado warning still for Choctaw County. That storm's kind of working eastward, so that might put it in the southern parts of Marengo County or northern Clark County, but no indication of an extension of that warning just yet.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So we don't have any indication of that. And so they expired.
Tornado warning for Wilcox. So
okay. So that's good. All right, so what that says is we don't have any active tornado warnings right now for our coverage area. We do have one just to the west of us in Choctaw County, but the thing is the Weather Service going to issue one for Marengo County? But I will say southern Marengo County do have storms coming in there, a warm storm just to your west. You may get that, but what we want to do here is give you a heads up there that there is the potential that that storm could move into Marengo County here very shortly. And we'll see if they issue a tornado warning with that. And if they do, I think we'll come right back on. But I think what we want to do here is take a quick little break here, and we'll probably handle some other things, and then we'll come back if we need to. But we'll be tracking these storms, there's no doubt about that. But we will, we're going to take a break here for just a bit since we don't have an active warning within our coverage area. But we'll monitor the situation, and we'll be right back on air if we need to. But a heads up for you folks in southern Marengo County, storms to your west approaching. All right, thanks for tuning in to us, and we'll keep you posted.
Stay with your weather authority as conditions continue to change.
Like you never.
Together, and again, this goes until 8:30. Again, we do have multiple
areas of rotation within this polygon, and this warning polygon is kind of allowing for all of that. So you want to go ahead and be in your safe place if you're around that Little Walker area by A16, and then eventually, let's say even Thornton Springs, you want to go ahead and get to that safe place. It'll hit you a little sooner because you'll be near a different area of rotation. So again, once you head towards that Thornton Springs area, if you're near there, you should be in your safe place right now, as you got literally less than 5 minutes before the circulation moves on top of you. And again, this is indicating where we have rotation in the storm, and it could be spawning a tornado. Thankfully, no confirmations of that. And if you want to go ahead and look at the correlation coefficient, I think it's going to be a little noisy, Chase, but it gives us an idea that to see if we do see anything in terms of radar indications of this actually creating some damage on the ground. And when you go ahead and put it in motion, it does not look to be that. But what it does have, that we do know, is it's spitting out some very large hail, at least in terms of the history of a lot of these storms that have moved through our area, up to about 2 inches in some spots, very heavy rain, frequent lightning, just not a good time to travel. And again, now we have circulations embedded within this that could eventually drop a tornado. So it's very important that you go ahead and get to that safe place immediately. And again, Butler, you do sit within the polygon. So again, if you're under this warning that goes until 8:30, you want to go ahead and get to that safe place. Also, let's go ahead and walk you through when all of this could be over. So as we look at our hour-by-hour forecast, again, we'll kind of kick things off roughly about 9 o'clock or so. It's roughly about 8:15-ish. As we look at the 9 o'clock scenario, a lot of what we're tracking now in our Alabama zones will be further east, but we're not going to be completely done with the storms yet. But the atmosphere is going to be such that we're expecting things to begin to improve in terms of a less of a threat for tornadoes as we go through the night, especially once we get past that 10, 11 o'clock time frame. We're going to be losing some instability kind of going forward in time here. Notice that we do still have the potential for some storms, and we're definitely going to keep an eye on these. Many of you are under alerts until about midnight. So again, you want to make sure you have multiple ways of getting alerts. This is a 12 o'clock view. Let's go a little further, kind of going to the early morning hours. We have to watch what happens with this. Again, a lot of the energy that could support severe weather will be gone by tomorrow morning, but still it's going to lead to somewhat of a sloppy scene for many of you trying to get off to work. You're going to have to deal with rain, getting kids to school. They need to have the umbrella. Notice the shifting of the winds here. We have a boundary moving through, and then once we go through the rest of our Monday, it looks like it'll be more of a morning rain for our Monday, and then from that point, improving conditions as we head into the afternoon. So that's just a quick walkthrough of when we could see the end of all of this, because I know we've been kind of dealing with severe storms in terms of storms dropping large hail and all of that since very early this morning. So again, right now, in case you're just joining us, we do have several alerts in effect. Right now, we have one tornado warning though, but we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, including for Choctaw County, one for parts of Sumter County as well. But again, what we're watching and while we're on the air is for the tornado warning that is in place for Choctaw County, and it does include the city of Butler, and it goes until 8:30. So again, we'll go ahead and zoom on in, looking at our velocity, which shows us the rotation. That will allow us to see where the storm is rotating, and we call that a supercell. And with that, we also can kind of see where it's going next as we put it in a loop motion. But again, it looks very messy as we look at this. We have several spins within this areas of rotation. We have one that just crossed the Tom Bigby River. Looks like we have maybe another one south of the Butler area, and we have what looks to be another one that could be approaching, or let's say between that Silas area, and maybe even another circulation that's going to be crossing into Choctaw County, kind of riding parallel to Highway 84. So again, if you are within this polygon from Toxie to Butler, it is important that you go ahead and get to your safe place. Again, Silas, we do see what looks to be some circulation over you, but you're not under any alerts in terms of a warning. However, it's a good idea just to go ahead and get to that lowest level of your home, away from windows, bathroom, closet, because the environment right now in Choctaw County is just not the best for traveling. And again, we do have multiple areas of rotation that will potentially lead to possibly some threatening weather if we have a tornado that is spawned. Chase?
That's right, Deetra, and we are still tracking this threat to continue into the overnight hours as well. But right now, that tornado warning is until 8:30 p.m. tonight. So the circulation is very, very broad with this, and we are seeing multiple different areas of circulation. So there's not necessarily a tight-knit area that has come with a lot of the other tornado warnings that we've been watching. So we are going to be seeing this continue to move towards the northeast, but there are multiple different areas of that circulation. So the main one that I was looking at over there was the one to the south of Silas, or just to the west of Silas. However, that is not a part of the tornado warning. So as we go on, that will start moving towards that Thornton Springs around that 8:12 mark. So in the next couple minutes, by 8:24, it'll be at East Choctaw High School, 8:24 at Slater as well, and then by 8:26 Lavaca. So it's going to be making its way towards the northeast as well. So
I think we are done with the tornado warning. I believe they canceled it because, again, it has broadened out. So if you want to just kind of do maybe one more walkthrough of what's happening out there, and then we'll go ahead and return folks to programming. So here's the big picture, what we're dealing with, and then we'll do one more hour-by-hour view.
Okay, perfect. So we did have that tornado warning that they did just let expire in our area, but there are still plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're not going to be surprised if we do see another possible spin up. So please be very, very cautious and have ways of staying updated as we continue to move on throughout the rest of the night tonight. So here's that 9 p.m. time frame as we go on throughout the next couple hours. It will continue to make its way off towards the east, but there are still going to be some cells that are still lingering on that back end that we are going to be watching heading into that midnight hour. You can see that some of those cells are still going to be sticking around with us into that early morning time frame. And as you are waking up to start your day tomorrow, getting the kids out to school and everything like that, getting to work around 6 a.m. There's still going to be some showers and thunderstorms still pushing through our area, but they'll be on out the door by the afternoon. So that's the good news. We'll finally get some peace and quiet and some sunshine after these storms do push on out of our area. But if anything else does pop up, we will be coming back on air to talk about it. And until then, we will return you to regular scheduled programming.